This is the June 7th, 2022 regular meeting of the City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez is not yet present. Councilmember Freeman?
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Councilmember Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have a ceremonial item. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Mayor Rouse, council members, this is the time of each month when we like to acknowledge people who have met certain service intervals on their service in tenure to the city, and so I'm very happy to read the names of those. With 5 years of experience, we have Deborah Aguayo Russell, an animal control officer in the police department, Erica Madrigal, project engineer 1 in the public works department, Peyton Moore, recreation coordinator in the Parks and Recreation Department, Carl Schmidt, assistant parking coordinator in the Waterfront Department. With 10 years of experience, we have Nicole Hernandez, architectural historian, Community Development Department, William Billy Larson, fire engineer with the Fire Department, Luis Fernando Lopez, wastewater collection system operator 2 in the Public Works Department, and Steve Biddle in the Parks Supervisor in the Parks and Recreation Department. With 15 years of tenure, we have Tava Ostringer, Assistant City Attorney 3 in the City Attorney's Office, Brian Larson, Police Sergeant, Police Department, Aaron Tudor, Police Officer, Police Department, and Charles Katsapis, Police Lieutenant in the Police Department. With 20 years of experience, we have Lorena Renteria, Public Safety Dispatch Supervisor in the Police Department, and Ricky Callahan in the Airport Patrol Officer at the Airport Department. And finally, here in person to receive her pin with 30 years of experience of service is Lori Peterson, our business manager in the Police Department.
Lori Peterson, Police Business Manager for 30 years of service with the City of Santa Barbara. Lori Peterson was hired by the City of Santa Barbara in September 1989 as a temporary senior clerk in the Water Supply Department segment of Public Works Department. In June 1992, she was hired permanently as an Office Specialist 3 in the Accounting section of Public Works, Transportation, and Planning. In April 1998, Lori took on acting assignment as an administrative assistant for downtown parking, and a year later promoted to that position permanently. She worked for downtown parking for 8 years before her next promotion, which took place in September of 2007, when she became Administrative Analyst 1 in the City Administrator's Office. In September 2012, Lori was promoted to Police Business Manager at the Police Department, which is the position she holds today. Lori is a valued member of the Police Department's management team, where she supervises the business operations, parking collection staff, and dance and taxi cab permitting within the city. Lori is responsible for and oversees the administration, implementation, and management of the Police Department's $51 million annual budget. In addition, she provides management and support for all personnel and payroll matters for the Police Department's 209 full-time employees. Lori's dedicated work for the Santa Barbara Police Department over the past decade is greatly appreciated by her peers and coworkers, and her broad experience within multiple departments makes her an asset as a city employee. Lori Peterson, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Santa Barbara and your fellow employees, it is my pleasure to honor you for your exemplary 30-year career and your outstanding service to our community. Thank you. In addition, we have this commemorative pin. And would you like to share a few words? And maybe Chief will.
Mayor Rouse and council, just briefly, one of the challenges of coming into an agency from the outside is learning the nuances of personnel and finance and budgeting. And I will tell you right now that Lori Peterson is absolutely invaluable in that role. She helps everyone in the building, regardless of position, title, or assignment. Anybody who needs any kind of assistance, Lori provides it. And it was in that spirit and for that reason that recently at our promotion and award ceremony that several of you attended, that Lori was awarded the Chief's Meritorious Service Award as well. So Lori, on behalf of all of us at the police department, thank you.
I don't usually write things out, but today I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my gratitude for the opportunities and friendships that I've made over the last 30 years. I've made some amazing friends and worked for some excellent people. When looking back, it's the people who have made this career amazing. My first appreciation goes out to Harper, who welcomed me and took me under her wing. Next in line is Michael. He was an excellent boss and mentor, and I only wish you had been with us a lot longer. You taught me patience, challenged me, and gave me room to grow as an employee. I am forever grateful. In the 16 years that I worked in public works, there were many others that I enjoyed working with and learning from. Becky, thank you for keeping the vision going, and to those of you who started as operators and are now key city employees, it has been truly inspiring to see you grow. Thank you to all of the other employees and other departments as well who continue to give their best to make this a great community. In the last 10 years, my PD family has been there through the thick and thin. I've worked with and for more captains and commanders than I can keep track of, but I've learned something from all of you. Additionally, Rosie, you made the days brighter, and I appreciate your continuing friendship. Lastly, I would like to thank my family. They too have weathered the storms and have been patient with long hours and shortened weekends. I love you and couldn't have done it without your support. Again, thank you for making the last 30 years memorable.
Yeah, Ms. Peterson was our administrative assistant when I was on my long term on the Sandtown Parking Committee, and the only negative side was when we lost her to police department, but good catch by them. All right, very good. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. We'll go to public comment. I have 3 minutes at the podium on any subject not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. And we'll start out with Kim, and forgive me on the last name, Gajar? Gajar. Tried.
On the consent agenda.
I'm sorry?
Those are both on the consent agenda.
Oh, excuse me. This is not for public comment. This is for the consent agenda. I'm sorry. General public comment first. I'll call you back up in a moment.
Perfect.
Sorry. Are there any comments online?
Yes, Mr. 1 second. No comments for general public comment online.
Okay, very good. And for those online that are watching and want to make general public comment, we will be cutting those off in just a few minutes, yes. Are there none at all?
Yeah, hand is back up.
I'm sorry?
We have a raised hand. for
Okay, we'll do
general
that,
public
3 minutes, and then that'll be our public comment for general public comment.
Very good. Steve Fort, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I got confused. I wasn't sure if you were on general public comment or consent. My name is Steve Fort. My wife and I own a house at Grove Lane. I'll be very brief. I just want to express support for and encourage the council to act, hopefully quickly, to limit, restrict, whatever it takes, this Picasso fractional ownership endeavor in our single-family neighborhoods. I hope we address it and get after it very quickly. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And are there further public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and move to the consent calendar. Do we have items to read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 3, adoption of ordinance establishing speed limits. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending section 10.60.015 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code establishing prima facie speed limits on certain parts of Anapomo Street, De La Guerra Street, Garden Street, Las Positas Road, and Modoc Road. Item 4, adoption of ordinance to amend Municipal Code Section 10.60.030 to change the one-way designation on the 400 block of Anacapa Street. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by amending section 10.60.030 to change the one-way designation on the 400 block of Anacapa Street. Item 5, introduction of ordinance approving the 2022 to 2024 General Unit Memorandum of Understanding and adoption of the resolution amending resolution number 21047, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2022. Recommendation for that is recommendation that council, A, ratify the memorandum of understanding between the city and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit for the period of April 1, 2022 through March 31, 2024, by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2024 memorandum of understanding between the city of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit and providing compensation changes for confidential employees. And B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21047, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2022, affecting the salaries of the general bargaining unit and unrepresented confidential employee classifications effective June 18th, 2022. I believe for number 4, I need to read the recommendation. And that's recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by amending section 10.60.030 to change the one-way designation on the 400 block of Anacapa Street. Item 6, adoption of resolution regarding appropriations for the website content management system project and amendment to contract with Electric Citizen LLC. Recommendation that council, A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 for new website content management system project, and B, authorize the information technology director to amend contract 27003 with Electric Citizen LLC to increase the contract amount by $67,150 for a not to exceed amount of $367,050. Item 7, adoption of a resolution prohibiting overnight stopping on the 1200 block of Shoreline Drive adjacent to Shoreline Park. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara prohibiting stopping, parking, or standing of vehicles on the 1200 block of Shoreline Drive adjacent to Shoreline Park from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. and authorizing removal of vehicles unlawfully parked or left standing in violation of the prohibition. Item 8, adoption of resolution regarding intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates and parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2023. Intention to levy. Recommendation that council, A, approve the parking and business improvement area annual assessment report 2023, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring council's intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2023 at a public hearing to be held on June 21st, 2022 at 2 p.m. And that is all the consent items.
All right, very good. Does anyone on council need to pull any items for specific comment? Okay, I have requests for both items 4 and item 9. So let's go with item 4 and then do that, and then we'll read item 9 before we have that comment. So, Mr. Chair, would you come on back up, please, and comment on item number 4?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Kim Kerr. I'm a new owner downtown of Paradise Records on State Street. I got a call right now from my neighbor, Andrew White, from Indochine. He said to come on down about the closure maybe of State Street on the 400 block. Just being there for a year now, seeing how everybody travels right through past our stores, right up into the promenade,
One moment. The 400 block is in Anacapa is the street we're talking about,
Okay.
not State Street.
It's not the State Street
No.
one today. Okay, then that was a misunderstanding by Mr. White that called me up here. Thank you very much for your
Okay, and
time.
I assume the next speaker had the same,
Yes, sir.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Appreciate
Sorry
it.
for the misunderstanding.
Thank you.
Okay, item 9, would you read item 9, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 9, award of contract and adoption of resolution regarding appropriations for construction of West Side Community Paseos project. Recommendation that Council A, award a contract with Lash Construction, Inc. in their low bid amount of $2,423,489 for construction of the West Side Community Paseos project, bid number 3914, and authorize the Public Works Director to execute the contract and approve expenditures up to $557,402 to cover any cost increases that may result from contract change orders for extra work and differences between estimated bid quantities and actual quantities measured for payment. And B, adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 to appropriate active transportation program grant funds and city funds for the West Side Community Paseos project.
Okay, and we have one public speaker, Scott Wenz, please. And Mr. Wenz, you have 3 minutes.
Terrible to get old. Scott Wenz, representing Cars Are Basic. First off, I think you need to pull this item because I think it was improperly published. This says, resolution regarding appropriations for construction of West Side Community Paseos project. How come in the documentation underneath it, it includes the first district, which is over on the Lower East Side? That means it's been improperly published. That's number one. Number two, we've been waiting for 6 years for this to happen. We've been watching the city of Santa Barbara lie, cheat, and steal public money for transportation projects under the quote, the Bicycle Master Plan. Greg Hart, Das Williams, Helene Schneider were all on the council, as I believe Councilman Rouse at the time, now mayor, who voted for the Bicycle Master Plan as an advisory document. By action, word, and vote, you have since violated that section of it as an advisory document. You have, in the last couple of months, referred to the Bicycle Master Plan as your master plan. Therefore, it's no longer an advisory document. At the 2016 council vote, it was said it was voted for as an advisory program so that the city of Santa Barbara would not have to do a $5 million EIR under CEQA. You violated this. You violated it multiple times. And if you continue doing this, you're going to find yourself in court. We do not want that. We want you to stop this program until you do a comprehensive EIR. Mike Jordan over here knows what we're talking about because he was on the Planning Commission when we brought it before the Planning Commission, and as he's doing now, he's looking away from me because he doesn't want to have to admit what he did. This has to stop. This is the letter delineating the issues that we have. We find the city of Santa Barbara completely out of control. You now have incorporated Vision Zero, bulb outs, the Bicycle Master Plan, street diversions, all within one documentation for a street program, and you haven't done an EIR on it. And CEQA demands that.
All right, thank you. And that is it for the comments on the consent calendar. May I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
So move.
Moved by Friedman, second by Jordan. May we have the roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk?
This is a vote on the entirety of the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Russ.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to our next item. Do we have an item to read, please?
Item 18, adoption of resolution regarding renewal of levy for fiscal year 2023 for the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring its intention to continue vegetation road clearance, implementation of a defensible space inspection and assistance program, and implementation of a vegetation management program within the foothill and extreme foothill zones, declaring the work to be more than general or ordinary benefit, and describing the district to be assessed to pay the costs and expenses thereof, approving the updated engineer's report, confirming diagram and assessment, and ordering levy of wildland fire suppression assessment for fiscal year 2023.
Very good. Chief Males.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. Chris Males, your fire chief. I'm here to present the annual renewal for our Wildland Fire Assessment District. With me to my right is Chris Braden, our fire services specialist. And with us also are two members from SCI Consulting, John Bliss and Ryan Aston. They're here as our subject matter experts if you have any questions about the assessment district or have any questions regarding any other impacts to the city, et cetera. We'll begin with a very short presentation from Mr. Braden. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Males. Mayor Rouse, members of City Council, it's my pleasure to be here today to present and promote the renewal of the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. And today I'll be going over our programs and the projects we completed in fiscal year 2022, along with what we have planned in fiscal year 2023. So the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District was established in 2006 with an annual renewal process, which is why we're here today. And the district was established because there was a potential for high-severity wildfire in a portion of the city as presented in the city's 2004 Wildland Fire Plan. And this last year, in February of 2021, we moved from a city wildland fire plan to a community wildfire protection plan, otherwise known as a CWPP. So that was the updating of that document to the CWPP, which is the current verbiage. So as we move into the 17th year within the assessment district, we look forward to being able to continue to provide the services that improve homeowner safety and reduce the potential loss in the event of a wildfire. This map is just showing the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District, and it's comprised of two zones. So there's the foothill zone and then the extreme foothill zone, which are the high fire hazard areas in the northernmost portion of the city. The primary difference in these two zones is that the foothill zone has a 100-foot defensible space requirement around structures, whereas the extreme foothill zone has a 150-foot defensible space requirement around structures. So the area around homes that must be maintained in order to mitigate the danger of wildfire. And you can see, so over on the western section along Foothill Road, it starts at Northridge, which is the edge of the city, and continues all the way to the east to Eucalyptus Hill, which is the far eastern is Eucalyptus Hill, far western is Northridge. And the gray area in the middle, that's Mission Canyon. That's the unincorporated areas of the city, so that is not included in the assessment district because it's part of county. So the services and projects that we provide in the assessment district include vegetation road clearance. So that's conducted in the fall through winter. So September through January, we're out doing that primary road clearance. Defensible space assistance, which is comprised of voluntary defensible space evaluations, and then also our chipping services that are offered once a year, and that's conducted in the spring from March through June. So we're currently actually in the process of wrapping up this year, which has been really good. And then finally, vegetation management, and that's conducted in October through December, primarily because that's outside of bird nesting season. So we want to make sure when we're doing fuel reduction projects, we're lessening the impact to migratory birds as much as possible. So the vegetation management projects take place in what are called vegetation management units. Again, these are outlined in the CWPP and prioritized, and they also are conducted within the Community Fuels Treatment Network. So that's the network of fuel reduction projects that are conducted by Santa Barbara City, Santa Barbara County, Montecito, and also Carpinteria Fire Districts. So the first program we'll be covering today is our road clearance project, or our road clearance program. Each year we try to conduct about 14 years of fuel reduction. What's that? 14 miles of fuel reduction, 14 miles of fuel reduction in the assessment district. And as you can see, a lot of the things we run into are trees that are growing into the roadways, hedges that are extending out into roadways, and then also things like overgrown fire hydrants. These are the common issues that we run into a lot in the assessment district. Especially, we want to make sure that we're paying attention to our major evacuation routes. So roads like Las Alturas, Sycamore Canyon, Eucalyptus Hill, these are all main arteries that during an evacuation, we want to make sure are being maintained as much as possible. It's a little difficult to tell, but in the middle picture, this is in a red zone. So if you have a hedge that's extending, a few feet out into the road, it's going to make it hard for engines to be able to park on the side of the road to allow homeowners to get out and to be able to offer structural defense in the event of a wildfire. So we accomplish this by doing things like raising up canopies and pushing back overgrown vegetation. So you can see we have a lot of pepper trees in the city of Santa Barbara. They tend to grow towards the ground, and in a lot of areas we want to make sure that we're staying on top of those and we're raising them up to at least 13.5 feet off the ground, and that's really for our largest apparatus to be able to get through that area. And then also you can see in the picture to the right, things like overgrown vegetation, things that aren't being maintained, growing up into tree canopies. We just really want to make sure that we're reducing those ladder fuels. So a lot of what we talk about with defensible space and making sure that roadways are clear, or making sure that things like grass isn't growing into brush, the brush isn't growing into the tree canopies, creating that vertical ladder for fire to actually move through the landscape. The second program we'll be talking about is defensible space evaluations. This is personally my favorite program. This is when homeowners contact us. They want us to come out to their home and take a look around and offer any defensible space strategies that they can incorporate on their properties to make them more safe or to protect their homes against the threat of wildfire. So this is offered year-round to all homeowners in the assessment district. There's no upper limit how many times we come out. I have some homeowners who call me out once or twice a year, every single year, and it's really great to be able to go and see the changes that they've done on their landscaping and mitigation measures they've taken. So these are all pictures I've taken of I think, really beautiful backyards in the city of Santa Barbara, in the assessment district, where homeowners have really put in a lot of effort to make sure that their landscape isn't only beautiful, but also what we call fire-wise and also water-wise. So, promotion of a drought-tolerant landscape, as we know, is a really important thing, as we didn't have quite enough rain this year as we would have liked. So it's really a good way to work one-on-one with homeowners and kind of get that personal structure-to-structure or home-to-home type of engagement, because every home is different in Santa Barbara. Every home is going to have different challenges. So along with the landscaping, we're also looking at things, vulnerabilities on the structure. So looking at things like exposed vents or gutters that don't have screening on them, may be full of leaf litter and debris. So again, these are, pictures that I've taken of, some of the issues that we see on homes commonly, where we have a lot of canopy cover in the city of Santa Barbara, which overhangs roofs, and those canopies end up dropping their leaf litter into gutters, and then that ends up becoming potential fuel during a wildfire. So we want to make sure that we're discussing those types of things with homeowners, not just looking at the landscaping, but also looking at the structure itself. And additionally, we also make sure we provide any additional information we can. So our Ready, Set, Go brochure is a pamphlet that we hand out to increase homeowners' just overall awareness of the wildfire danger in the area. So this is a personal action plan that essentially homeowners can go through. They can get information on defensible space, fill out things like emergency contacts, where to go during an evacuation, which evacuation route may be the best for them. So we're actually currently going through a process of updating our Ready, Set, Go program, partially funded through a grant that we received through the California Fire Safe Council. So that should be going out to all residents within all high fire hazard areas within the city, I hopefully before the end of the year. That's the goal. So the third program I'll talk about is our chipping service. So I always say the easy thing to do is to cut the vegetation. The expensive part is a lot of the times is hauling it away, is the labor involved in that. So once homeowners have kind of a better idea of what their defensible space requirements are, we really encourage them to utilize our chipping service to cut their vegetation, haul it out to the roadside, and then once a year, our crews will come through and haul that vegetation away. So it's been a really successful program. I think this is probably our most successful program in the assessment district as far as homeowner engagement is concerned. So again, it really incentivizes homeowners to reduce to do the defensible space clearance to reduce their overall costs. This year, we've chipped over 400 tons of flammable vegetation. Again, we're wrapping up this week. It's been a really good turnout this year. We're happy that everybody has done a great job at clearing and maintaining their defensible space and taking advantage of the program. So my hat's off to the community and the homeowners in the assessment district. And since 2008, we've removed over 5,500 tons and recycled 100% of the material. So we usually do not take any recycled material to landfills. A lot of the times people use it for mulch in their gardens, their yards, or large agricultural operations will oftentimes want our mulch. So it's good that we're not putting stuff on the landfill. And this is a map just showing the different chipping areas. So we send this map out to homeowners in the assessment district every year in January. So we want to give homeowners a good heads up of when chipping is going to be coming through their area so they know when to prepare and when to schedule crews. One of the things I hear about a lot is I need a few weeks, if not a couple months, to be able to schedule a crew because there's a lot of work to be done in Santa Barbara right now, and arborists and people that are doing vegetation clearance are in high demand. So again, it goes out in the newsletter. We also include instructions just to make sure that they're putting out the proper material. And then we also do things, if you've seen my sandwich boards up in the city or in the assessment district, of just kind of notifying when we're going to be going through the area. And then finally, door hangers, and also Facebook and nextdoor.com. So we really try to get the information out there so nobody misses out. So the final program we'll be talking about today is our vegetation management program. And again, as I mentioned, this takes place usually from October through January, primarily outside of bird nesting season. And all of our field reduction that we do through vegetation management is outside of that homeowner's defensible space area. So it is conducted on private property, again, inside those vegetation management units, but it's outside of that homeowner's required defensible space. So we want to take the work that they've put in on their property and extend that out to create an even further buffer for communities. It's working in vegetation management it does present challenges. We do have to get letters of understanding with each homeowner, so we need to make sure that we're legally allowed to be on their property. Also making sure that they understand what our goals are and making sure that it's maintained in the following years. So when we come in and we do additional work, we want to work with those homeowners to make sure that they're not only aware of the work that we're doing, but can upkeep it. So one of the things we see in projects is it's easy to maintain on an annual basis, but once you let it go for a few years, it can get a little overgrown, and then you're set with this large cost. So we really try to kind of focus on that maintenance aspect. Again, we received a California Fire Safe grant. Part of that grant was to increase our vegetation management budget. So it was a $30,000 grant, and about half of that was for vegetation management, and the other half was for education. So that will be ongoing over this next fiscal year, 2023. And the primary goal, of vegetation management, we really want to remove flammable vegetation, dead vegetation, ladder fuels, and exotic and invasive species. So we're trying to retain and maintain as much of our native chaparral landscape as possible. This is a map. It's a little bit hard to see, but these are the project areas that we completed or partially completed in fiscal year 2022 and are planning to finalize in 2023, again, as part of that grant cycle. So this is the West Mountain area. If you look to the upper left, the blue and green sections, that's Schofield Park up next to the Rattlesnake Canyon Trailhead, if you're familiar with the area. So we've completed projects areas A and B, and then over on the far eastern section, we've completed section F and most of section E. So we got about 10 acres of vegetation clearance done this year. And then this next coming fiscal year, 2023, will be sections C, D, and E we will primarily be focusing on, which is, again, part of the West Mountain, kind of down off of Gibraltar areas. That's in that community fuels treatment network I talked about earlier. And these are just some pictures of the crews working on our vegetation management projects. We have a very close partnership with Camarillo Ventura Fire Camp through CAL FIRE. They house and facilitate the California Conservation Crew, which are an at-cost agency. We primarily use them for our vegetation management projects and our fuel abatement projects. They are very cost-effective, as you can see in that middle picture. They oftentimes will bring out 15 to 20 guys on a bus and armed with weed whips and chainsaws, and we're really able to tackle a huge amount of work on any given day. We can get about an acre done on a day if the conditions are right and we get an early start. They also bring out a chipper, so we're able to chip and broadcast material on site. And we've been using them for the last few years, and they've been a really valuable resource for us. And we plan to continue that relationship with the years to come. And these are just a few quick pictures of before and afters of this last year's vegetation management project. So again, you can see reducing a lot of those ladder fuels where things like the sumac or toyon are getting up, under the oak tree canopy, creating those fire ladders. A lot of dead material on the ground. We've seen, because of the early stages of the drought, we are seeing, oaks shed limbs and certain trees are dying off. So getting rid of that material is really a primary focus on our fuel reduction projects. And again, just some, other pictures of, we're not interested in, completely moonscaping landscapes. We don't want to take everything out. We want to make sure that we're retaining our native vegetation, protecting our local biological and ecological resources, but we're really focused on making sure that we're changing the way that the fire moves through the landscape. That's really the ultimate goal with vegetation clearance. So the Wildland Program funding is a combination of the General Fund appropriation and the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment Fund. The General Fund appropriation is the combined monies from the Fire Prevention Bureau and also other city departments. So for fiscal year 2023, the combined total will be $507,617. And as I mentioned earlier, as part of the renewal process, each year the rate is for homeowners is determined annually through the required engineers report. Again, John Bliss is here with SCI, who his company is the one who facilitates this report. And the engineers report outlines the estimated cost based off of the consumer price index. So this year, the consumer price index was 4%. We cannot exceed that 4% annually. So that is the cap on how much we can increase each year. So based off of that increase, the rate for single-family parcel in the foothill zone is $92.18, and then in the extreme foothill zone, it is $114.30 for fiscal year 2023. And this table just shows a breakdown of the proposed budget for 2023 and shows how we pay for each of the provided services. And again, in fiscal year 2022, we were awarded a $30,000 grant from the California Fire Safe Council, and that's going to add to our vegetation management budget. So we've seen an increase in our chipping costs and our road clearance costs. Those are tied to contractors, whereas we've been fortunate enough to be able to utilize CAL FIRE crews, which we know is a fixed cost on an annual basis. So because of that, we've allocated a little bit more money into chipping because we want to make sure we get to everybody that wants to take advantage of that service. We're also making sure that with that additional grant funds, we can continue to provide, in fact, increase the level of vegetation clearance in 2023, expecting about 14 acres of additional clearance. So with that, we'd like to continue for fiscal 2023 to be able to provide vegetation road clearance, our chipping services, voluntary defensible space evaluations offered year-round, and then continue the vegetation management projects and the vegetation management units in the community fuels treatment network, again, in the West Mountain area. So with that, I recommend that the City Council adopt the resolution to renew the services as outlined in the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. And thank you, and happy to field any questions.
Thank you very much. We have questions from council. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and I'll save my comments of appreciation, but first just a couple of questions. So you've leveraged grant funding, and thank you for that, and combined it. Are there opportunities for leveraging donations or work from neighborhood associations? I know we've talked about this before, and you're so accommodating answering this question, but just always looking for opportunities, or maybe employing members of our homeless community, or even prisoners, or any other ways that we could, not having our highest paid firefighting personnel out clearing brush, but having supervised staff, maybe.
And there are a lot of opportunities out there as far as additional funding for fire services in the state. As you know, Governor Newsom has put forth a good amount of money to help in those prevention efforts. to get more acres cleared every year within the state of California, both in SRA lands or LRA lands, state responsibility or local responsibility areas. A lot of that funding is provided through grants, so that is something that, as an agency, that's primarily what we would be focused on, and increasing that staffing. In fact, we have one, has not been approved yet, but it is in the hopper, and things are looking fairly positive. So I would hope that the next time that we're in front of you sitting here, that we have some very positive news, but again, I can't go too far into that. Again, in working with homeowners associations, really, I think the best thing, again, that at least I can provide in my position, and then also with my coworkers that are here with me today, is, we call it a community wildfire protection plan, because really that community word should be the primary focus. A lot of the communities in our area do have homeowners associations, do have community groups that they are in focus with, and they are working on either securing additional funding, getting the messaging out to their neighbors to make sure that if they want to do larger projects, that they can work together. One of the other things, and again, it's just like the grant, I can't speak too soon on it, but we are looking at something called Fire Safe Communities. So that's a program that's existed within the state of California for about the last 10 years. And we're now looking to, Santa Barbara County has, I believe, 2, and they're working on their 3rd Fire-Wise community. And we will be potentially looking at creating our first one within the city within the coming months. So I'm very excited to be working on that. And again, I think those are really kind of the tools that are available. And if anybody specifically, if any homeowners or members of the public want to know kind of what they can do, how they can contribute, I always say reach out to us. There's 3 of us in our Wildland division, essentially in the Prevention Bureau, and we're all willing to kind of go the extra mile and help anybody who's willing to want to put in the work and help out their community.
Thank you, and you very clearly have shown that. I know you're very accessible. And that is, you got to my next question about Fire-Wise communities, and I think there's just a growing awareness of how important these could be, and then we have a number of associations that are almost there. And if you could just speak a little bit to, if a group wants to form a Fire-Wise community, what should they do next?
Councilmember Sneddon, thank you for the question. I think the best way initially is our local fire safe councils. So we have a Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. We have people involved in that are specifically in charge of the development, or at least the initiation of helping communities start that process. Kind of the first stage is that you want to do a neighborhood assessment. So essentially, you draw your geographical boundary as a neighborhood. You establish which structures and which homes are going to be involved. And then you kind of go on a house-to-house basis and you look at what are the vulnerabilities. Do they have double pane windows? What condition are the vents in? Do the vents have any screening? What is the roof covering made out of? So essentially doing an establishment of an overall risk assessment of the community. And that's kind of the foundational document. Again, because this is a community-driven thing, that really has to come from either a homeowners association, a board, a community group, and then as the fire department, we can help facilitate. So the one that we're currently looking at in the Northridge neighborhood, I'm able to help them with mapping. I'm able to help them with anything that they may not have access to as far as aerial imagery or GIS work. Those are things I'm able to do fairly quickly and easily for them, which will kind of help them facilitate. But they have also done a lot of legwork, and they have Excel spreadsheets of where are the vulnerabilities in the community, where are we doing work, where's the funding, who's adding funding into these projects, where are they going to benefit. So that's really kind of the primary start with those Fire-Wise communities. Again, I would defer to the specialists with the California Fire Safe or the Santa Barbara Fire Safe Council. They really know what they're doing. And again, county has now, I believe, 3. They have 2, if not 3. Fire-Wise communities within the county.
Mm-hmm. I think there are going to be more soon.
There will be, I guarantee it.
Thank you. And then if someone wants to know, the CWPP gives the priority of VMUs and what to go through. If anyone wants to know what you're currently working on now or where you are in that priority list, what's the best way to check that?
So I would say call me. But additionally, on our website, we have that CWPP document available. In fact, you could just Google Santa Barbara CWPP, and it should be one of the first things that comes up if you don't want to navigate the city website. But I also do update the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District's section of the wildland portion of the website. So that's probably one of the things that, if you wanted to go, I try to update that as periodically as possible. Might be a little bit outdated. So we're just wrapping up, some of the projects we have in the fall. So as we move towards a new website, which I know we were going to, I would expect there to be that information to be very readily available. Again, because in 2017, we had a study through the UCSB Bryn School that established that community fuels treatment network that I keep going back to. That is the area that, by doing fuel reduction in there, from a modeling standpoint and from what we understand historically of wildfire in the area, that's where we can provide the best buffer against fire moving into the city in and of itself. So by doing mitigation work where that wildland urban interface, where homes literally meet the wildland, by creating buffers in there, by combining fuel reduction projects, that's really offering us our best bet. So that's why you see so much of that focus in that West Mountain kind of area. We see the T fire, the Hezzy fire, the Thomas fire, all of those fires were moving through that landscape in the West Mountain neighborhood. So again, that's really why we want to focus on where we know the fire is most likely to be coming from.
I just want to say that, that with the bridge fire, and we're right next to it, and with the first smell of smoke, and we'd already had the chippers out that week, you'd already done the wildland suppression in the neighborhood, and people had put their brush out, and there was instant communication, and how quickly you put that out, and we're right on that interface. And so it was all the things you say, and thank you for being so proactive.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. Chief, I know we've talked about this before. So after the couch fire, not the bridge fire, the other night, and on the Mesa, of course, you realize it doesn't matter, something's up as soon as the temperature at 3 o'clock is at 70 and at 7 o'clock it's 85 and the wind's blowing the wrong way. It's like earthquake weather, only it's fire weather. So the chatter is already up there again, and I'm sure we talked about this before, so I just need a reminder. So a lot of what I wouldn't call the way you define defensible space of 100 feet or 150 feet, but extended defensible space on the Mesa Hills involves public property, not private property. So like if the Loma Fire had turned the corner, that would have run down whatever that canyon's called all the way to forever. Coming down Las Positas, you would be jumping private property and public property. So the chatter has been, again, how to do the equivalent of a wildfire assessment district, but where it's the private property owners contributing to also mitigation on public property where we don't do that right now. And is there an avenue for that? I forget. I'm sure we talked about it.
So, Councilmember Jordan, Mayor Rouse, council members, thank you. That's exactly why we have John Bliss here from SCI Consulting. Very, very good question. And so really what we're talking about is there a way to expand the benefit assessment district? Is there a way to modify it? Is there anything that we could do thinking outside the box that would maybe, as Mr. Braden has said, give us a little more bang for our buck? So I'll defer to John Bliss.
I'll just pretend to be smart enough to be dangerous. As soon as you have an engineer's report, that automatically assigns costs to every beneficial party to that. And if it's a combination of public and private property, then I'm assuming the public property would also get their proportional cost. But it's on lands right now where, let's just say without an argument, that we can't afford to go in there and mitigate it as well as we'd like to. So how does that all play into that?
Fantastic. Again, John Bliss, I'm president of SCI Consulting Group. Thank you for having us here today, and let me kind of dive in. Big picture, as you correctly said, if you wanted to expand the existing assessment district, it would require an engineer's study and a balloting. And that process is well proven and well established. The challenge in that, of course, is community outreach, because it's a political mechanism to get 50% of the voters to vote in favor of it. Now I want to kind of drill down into your question having to do with the use of benefit assessments on private land and public land to make those improvements. The Prop 218 code and the supporting legal cases actually give great latitude to provide services, these types of services on private and public land. The standard really is, does it benefit the lands? And then you ask even a more pointed, excellent question, which is, who is paying that assessment? And Prop 218 is also quite clear that assessments can and should be put on private and public land. So if it was a county piece of property, let's say, this is unlikely, but it had a single-family house on it, and then there's a private single-family house, they should pay the same assessment. And so the public lands are assessed in the same way. In terms of what I think your question is can we generate enough revenue from the public lands to pay for these services on the public and private lands? We would have to take a look, we'd have to kind of see what that portfolio looked like. There probably is an answer to that, and essentially the way it's calculated, stating the obvious, is you look at the services that the fire staff would want to do, we come up with a budget for that, we come up with the benefit units of this portfolio of public and private land, and we divide it through, and that's what the rate is. And the public properties get to vote on the assessment as well, and if it passes, they're obliged to pay it.
And so I think where I'm going with this is I think in many cases, people recognize the risk, they recognize the municipal resources that aren't just, I mean, how do you handle the exposure that grows exponentially every year from a municipality standpoint? And they're willing to, in my scenario of engineers report, the private parties are willing to over-contribute or contribute entirely to the fix that would involve both private property and public property. So does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so could one of you just send me a contact information, and I'll
Absolutely.
just contact you offline on this to have some more
Yeah,
conversations?
Absolutely. I'll
Thank-
work with fire staff,
Thank you so
and
much.
I'd love to talk to you more
Thanks.
about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Are there any public comments on this item, Madam Clerk, online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We'll go to commentary and hopefully a motion from council members. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'd like to move the recommendation that City Council adopt the resolution to renew the services as outlined in the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. And then I want to make a comment after that.
Okay, very good. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
We got lots of seconds. I got a first, then a second from Ms. Gutierrez. We'll take a comment on that first before we call the roll vote. Go ahead. Ms.
Yeah,
Snedden.
just a quick comment that I so appreciate the science-based methods. You're using GIS and the canyons and the wind flow directions and so much more than that, and data-driven to be getting ahead of everything that we're doing. When I hear the streets that you're mentioning that you're working on, it's like, you know, Eucalyptus Hill, Las Alturas, and Northridge, and Mission Canyon. It gives me relief, like oh, those are the streets exactly. But then it also brings up to mind, like, well, what about all those other streets? And I know we can't possibly keep up with everything that needs to be done. I'm going to just say as my comment that $200,000 from the general fund is not enough, and I personally would like that to be double. I'll ask for it last year. I'll ask for it again tomorrow, that we double the general fund contribution just to be able to do whatever we can to be getting ahead of everything that we can, including not just on the Riviera and the extreme high fire, but also on the Mesa and other areas. It's just, it benefits the whole community. So that would be my comment on that, which is great appreciation. You really take a few dollars, and I agree, people for private properties would pay much more than that. It's such a small amount for the benefit that it gives the whole community, so thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
For item 18, this is a motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the staff recommendation. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, very good. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you read the next item into the record, please?
Certainly. Item 19, Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District Resolution of Formation and Levying Assessment. Recommendation the council, A, hold a public hearing regarding the formation of the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District, Coast Village CBID, and tabulate all assessment ballots returned to the city pursuant to procedures set forth in the resolution of intention. And B, if the assessment of balloting does not result in a majority protest, then waive first reading and adopt by reading a title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing and forming the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District pursuant to Chapter 4.45 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code and levying the assessment in connection with such district.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing to consider forming an assessment district called the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District. As part of this hearing, we will need to allow time for the city clerk to tabulate the property owner's ballots. We do, as a council, have the authority to form the proposed district if there is not a majority protest. Majority protest occurs when the assessment is opposed by a weighted majority of the property owners that will be paying the assessments. The votes are weighted based on a property's proportional share of the total assessment. So I propose that we open the public hearing and take testimony and then continue the hearing for some time to allow the clerk to tabulate the ballots. And do we have a staff presentation? Mr. Harris.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and the public, I'm Jason Harris, the city's Economic Development Manager, providing the staff presentation today. We also have in attendance representatives of the Coast Village Association and the consultant, Mr. Limandri with New America City, available to answer any questions. So as the mayor referenced, there is a two-part recommendation. The first part is holding a public hearing, which you all have just opened, regarding the formation of a Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District. I'm just going to reference it as Coast Village CBD, and tabulate all assessment ballots returned to the city pursuant to procedures set forth in the resolution of intention that you all approved earlier this year. The secondary item will be the results. So we will be recessing this item after the staff presentation, public comment, tabulating in public in room 15, so members of the public that are in attendance can join city staff and observe the balloting. The city clerk will report out the results of the balloting, and if the assessment balloting does not result in a majority protest, then council can waive the first reading and adopt the resolution forming the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District and levying the assessment in connection with the Coast Village CBID. So with that, I'll just provide a real quick staff presentation and background to reorient the council and members of the public. And really, starting back in November of 2020, the Coast Village Association approached the city seeking assistance to form a community benefit improvement district. Staff began work in that effort, and council took a series of actions, the first being in March of 2021, in which council adopted an enabling ordinance, a local enabling ordinance that was added to the city code, and that began kind of the formal ability for a local CBID to be formed. The next major milestone was reached earlier this year on March 29th, when council adopted a resolution of intention. That was in response to the Coast Village Association issuing petitions, of which they submitted almost 50% of support. The threshold was 30%, and that then set forth the balloting process that began on April 12th and is in process up until we count those here shortly. And to remind us all of the orientation of this Community Benefit Improvement District, principally it runs along the Coast Village Road, but there is a section, Los Patos Way. We have 115 parcels that make up the proposed district, representing 94 owners. There's 2 benefit zones, and the assessment basis is a combination of 4 factors: linear frontage along the roadways, the lot square footage, building square footage, and then the zone of benefit that the properties are in. The first year budget is just under $300,000. You can see the percentage allocation and the amount of allocation of civil sidewalks, ultimately a broad description of sidewalk, right-of-way improvements. We do have a district identity and placemaking category, which is really marketing and promotion of the commercial district. There's a line item for administration, a small line item for capital improvements, traffic management, signage of such, and then a small amount for contingency and reserve. This activity does come with some city responsibilities, mainly staff responsibilities, and that would principally would fall within the economic development manager's job duties of having ongoing monitoring of the Coast Village CBID operations, their management, and a change to assess properties. There will be coordination of activities in the right-of-way, coordinating with Public Works and other city departments. And then an annual administration of the property tax assessment, as I outlined in the staff report. This is really a submittal to the county assessor's office of the property assessment tax roll that would be submitted annually. And then managing any future CBID renewal. This first year, or this first assessment is for 5 years. So in 5 years' time, the district will have an opportunity to renew. And then responding to any inquiries, resolving any assessment issues thereof. The CBID organization would be contracting directly with the county for disbursement, so there's not a finance role in collecting disbursement of assessment funds. And then just highlighting the balloting process, as highlighted by the mayor, each parcel does have a ballot, but that ballot amount is weighted based upon the assessment value. And again, the values are based upon the conditions, frontage, size of the property, size of the building, and the zone of benefit. And then the council, if there is not a majority protest, or conversely, if there is a weighted majority in support, council has the ability to adopt a resolution of formation. The balloting process, as I referenced, will be public. We're in room 15 adjacent, so any members of the public that are interested in observing are welcome. And then at the conclusion of that, the city clerk will read in the results of the balloting, and then the question is to council. And then just to highlight the tabulation process, we'll be opening the ballots, making inspection of them, making sure they're signed and clearly marked, recording of the votes with the spreadsheet, and we'll be doing double counting of that. And then if there is any question on the actual ballot itself, the city clerk, city attorney will be making that interpretation. And then again, highlighting the recommendation, you have called into public hearing of this matter, and we'll be returning after the next admin item to read out the results of which then this recommendation before you. If there is not a majority protest, the council has the ability to waive the first reading and adopt a resolution of forming. If that is not the result, then the matter will end and continue on with the council meeting. So with that, this concludes the staff presentation. I'm available for any questions, as well as the members of the Coast Village Association representatives and their consultant.
Okay, then prior to hearing from the Coast Village representatives, are there questions from council to Mr. Harris? All right, very well. We'll call up Mr. Pinner, Trey Pinner, to comment on behalf of the Coast Village Association.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. It's voting day, not only for our CBID, but in the community and in the state. So what an appropriate day to be here before you. I just have a few comments, and mostly, hopefully, all positive comments. That's what we're here about today. So first and foremost, I just want to thank city staff and the city attorney's office for all the work they have put into this effort. As you say, it's been almost 2 years we've been working on this. And most importantly, I want to recognize Jason Harris, your economic development manager, who has been very supportive of this effort and helped us along. All the things we had to deal with and issues, and making sure we were following the process appropriately. So I just really want to thank all the folks in the city that helped us with this. So thank you. And mainly, I also want to thank the council and the city's vision. This vision will hopefully provide a pathway. If this vote is successful, which we hope it will be, this will provide a pathway for other community areas like ours to take the next step, and form their own CBIDs and really take charge of their own areas, try to enhance those areas, focus energies as they see fit. So we really see the fact that the initial enabling process was put forth by the council as the roadmap for many other areas to become successful, take shape, and flourish. So we're excited about that. And lastly, I want to thank the members of the community, the businesses, and the property owners that have been engaged with this process over the last few years. We reached out to over 100 property owners, and we developed an outreach program and a website to inform the community and held public meetings to share the vision and the support for these folks. And we appreciate the vision and support of all these folks, and it's been very heartwarming to get to know all the folks getting involved with this process. So it's been exciting. So with that, now it's time to count the votes. So there's nothing else from us unless you have any questions of me. I appreciate all your involvement, and I'm looking forward to coming back to you with a smile on our face.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Pinner? All right,
Thank
very
you.
good. We are still in the middle of tabulation, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kalan, is it possible before an action item, put this on pause, get to our next item, and then come back and have our vote on the resolution?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think maybe we should do that, and then we will interrupt our next presentation to conclude what the results are from that, so we can keep moving. If that's all right? So, Madam Clerk, would you please, we'll put that on hold, table that for the moment, and would you please read the next item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 20 is interim urgency ordinance limiting new hotel development pending completion of the 2023 housing element. And it is recommendation that Council A receive a staff report regarding an interim urgency ordinance to temporarily limit development or expansion of hotels. B, adopt by reading in full and by a 4/5 vote an interim urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara limiting the development or use of new hotel rooms pending adoption of the 2023 housing element. Or C, direct staff to return on June 28, 2022 with an interim urgency ordinance to temporarily prohibit development, use, or expansion of hotels pending adoption of the 2023 housing element.
Thank you. And then, once again, Madam Clerk, if you will interrupt us when you do get the results, then we can take a break and finish that item off.
Very good, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Brooke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Renee Brooke, your city planner, and here with me is Assistant City Attorney Tava Ostringer. And as mentioned, we are here today to discuss with you a potential interim urgency ordinance regarding limiting hotel development until the city's housing element is adopted and hopefully certified in February of 2023. So we are here at council's request to consider that urgency ordinance. By way of background, why we are here, you'll recall on 2 occasions, the Planning Commission, both in a joint meeting with the City Council and then City Council continued discussion on May 17th, were high-level discussions of the new goals prepared for the forthcoming housing element update, as I mentioned, which we hope to have approved by City Council in February 2023. With the Planning Commission and City Council, we were discussing, and Council ultimately approved 8 new goals for us to then develop policies and programs to come out of the goals and implement the housing element. In the context of that discussion, there were concerns raised about the potential for hotel development to conflict or maybe make it more difficult for housing developments to proceed. So that's the context for our discussion today. Council asked that staff return with an ordinance, an urgency ordinance to potentially limit hotel development until we have the housing element adopted and we understand what programs we might have in place to put housing on a more level or even better playing field than hotel developments. So just some background information, because at those prior hearings in April and May of this year, we did not have an intention of discussing detailed programs about how we might address the further facilitating housing development over hotel development. I wanted to provide some background for your council today for you to consider what might go into that decision. First, the city has long-standing history of having pyramid zoning, where multiple uses are allowed in certain zones, and I'll show you a map in a couple of slides that show that many of our zoning designation allows both hotels and residential uses. Our general plan for many decades has prioritized residential uses above all other uses in the city. We intend with our housing element to further those goals. As your council approved 8 new goals just a couple of weeks ago, you continued that overarching goal of incentivizing, facilitating housing over all other development when given limited land resources in the city, looking for infill opportunity and redevelopment opportunities, that we should prioritize housing. But also important to keep in mind that we are also a coastal city, and in our coastal zone, the Coastal Act and our local coastal program prevails. The Coastal Act is very clear in its priority for visitor serving uses. So even over residential use. And so we have these conflicting goals or challenging goals to try to wrestle between the inland areas and the coastal areas of the city. And this is the map I referred to just a bit ago. All of the colored areas on this map are where hotels are allowed. Where you see the green colored areas, that's also where residential uses are allowed. So both hotels and residential uses are allowed in the green. The purple is where residential is not allowed. That's mostly in our industrial areas, and then very hotel-focused zones in the coastal zone where residential uses are not allowed. As noted in the council agenda report for this item and expressed at the prior hearings that led to this hearing, there's concern that allowing the additional hotel development that we have pending in the pipeline could frustrate the goals of the upcoming housing element and further make it more difficult to develop housing, much needed housing. Also with that, there's concern about converting our existing housing stock to hotels and the potential for increased hotel development and the fact that zoning in many areas allows both hotels and residential uses that could increase the land value, making it even more difficult for housing developers to make it financially feasible to provide the housing we need, especially affordable to the very low and up to middle income housing. And then as mentioned in hearings, the anecdotal, at least at this point, the anecdotal understanding that hotel developments and the employees that work at those hotels could increase the demand for additional housing. That, again, it's sort of double dinging the issue here when hotels are replacing sites where housing might otherwise go and then themselves creating a demand for housing. So information you did not have at your prior hearings indicate that we have about 767 hotel rooms pending or that have been recently approved. That is combined of 21 hotel projects. And there was a table attached to the council agenda report, which I will walk through over the next couple of slides as well, just breaking them down by where they are in the process. One project with 111 rooms has a building permit. They've not begun construction, but they did recently obtain their building permit. That project is also in the coastal zone. Several projects totaling 190 rooms have their discretionary approvals, so that's either planning commission or design review, some type of discretionary approval, but do not yet have a building permit. There are 6 hotel rooms that have a complete application. That's the process of reviewing their application, deeming it complete, but they've not received a design review or land use approval at this point. And then many projects totaling 460 rooms are somewhere pending in a variety of pre-application, or perhaps they've submitted an application, but it's not yet been deemed complete, so much earlier in the review process. So bear with me as I walk through this table. This is the 21 projects with the hotels, total of 767 hotel rooms divided. On the far left column shows the project status. As I walked through, the first category here highlighted shows those projects where they have been deemed complete or a permit's been issued. I'm sorry, I wanted to back up real quickly. Sorry about that. As I walked through the different categories here of where those hotel projects are in the process, I did want to highlight that case law would support an effective date of an urgency ordinance affecting any project that, or it would protect a project if it has its building permit and there's been substantial progress made towards construction. We wouldn't recommend using that late of a date in the process just because there are many projects and applicants invest a lot of time and energy getting to a complete application or achieving some type of approval. So we'd recommend that if you were to adopt an urgency ordinance, that the effective date be earlier in the process where there's been less investment, less expectation about realizing that project. And so what I'll walk you through are a couple of different scenarios based on the status of these 21 projects. So the first, which reflects part of staff's recommendation, is to consider making a cutoff for any project that hasn't been deemed complete. So that if you passed an urgency ordinance limiting new hotel development until the housing element's adopted, you would allow those to continue through the process if the application's been deemed complete. That here includes 307 hotel units out of the 767 total pending. As also mentioned in the staff report, knowing that the Coastal Act and our local coastal program prioritizes visitor serving uses over residential uses, we would ask the council to consider allowing those hotel projects located in the coastal zone to continue to go through the process regardless of their status, both pre-application all the way through building permit being issued. And so with the combination of those two, this reflects how the ordinance is drafted and attached to your council agenda report. It would allow those hotel projects that are either in the coastal zone or have been deemed complete to continue. That would equate to 641 hotel rooms continuing through the process. Again, summarizes what I just said. And then just wrapping up here, it's important to note that an urgency ordinance has some special voting requirements for City Council in order to adopt it and have it be effective immediately. It requires 4/5 vote per the state law and 5 affirmative votes per our city charter. If adopted, it's effective immediately and would expire in 45 days. If adopted, we need to return to council within those 45 days and report out what progress has been made to try to alleviate the imminent threat that has been declared. And then if at that point we want to extend and council wants to extend the urgency ordinance, you have 2 options at that point. If we do not provide advance public notice, you could extend the urgency ordinance for another 10 months and 15 days at that next council hearing. If we do provide public notice in advance of that subsequent hearing, then you could extend it for 22 months and 15 days for a total of 2 years. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. One, just to clarify, so there would be 641 rooms that, out of the 767, that would either be deemed complete, approved, or in the coastal zone. So there's basically 130-ish more that of these 21 that would fall outside of that.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, that's correct, yes.
And then in terms of the housing element, the process is we're going to be starting that very shortly and have an opportunity to really have the discussions about prioritizing housing, hotels, where we want to go with that in the future. That process, we expect that to be done, was it February?
Yes.
But in an actual timeline, that's when we submit it to Housing Community Development. And then what typically happens after we submit it? And where I'm going is, when do we think that, will it be done in February, or is there a chance that it could actually go beyond February?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, that's a great question. Our hope is that we have a housing element approved by City Council and submitted to the state and could be certified promptly. As we've mentioned to your council in past hearings, the experience of other agencies in the state is that it hasn't been that easy. So in the event that it's not certified, or that we get comments back from the state agency that we have more work to do, then that could be a prolonged process. We do submit the draft housing element to the state in fall, coming up fall here, and they have 90 days to review that. We'd hope that we would get any significant comments or revisions from them at that time, and that we might have a smoother process when we do submit it for certification.
That's helpful. And then, just in terms of timing, so there's a couple different options, assuming that there was support to go forward with something today. There's the first option up there that says without notice, in 45 days we'd come back and have to renew it. But then the second option would be that we notice it and come back, and then on June 28th, and then 45 days after that, we'd only have to extend it one time for 22 months. Is that my understanding correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, yes, that's correct. Without the notice, which if you were to adopt the interim urgency ordinance today, we would have to come back within 45 days. We would have the option to extend it for the 10 months, 15 days, and then we would have to come back again and extend it for a year.
So it could be possible, depending on how the housing element and HCD's comments back to us and going back and forth, that it could take a little longer than the 10 months. Whereas if we had the 22 months, we would probably cover that whole entire period, most likely.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. We still have the option, if we go the first route, the today route, of getting that time. It just means an extra stop back here to extend the.
So we'd have to do it 3 times instead of 2. And then for right now, my last question, actually, I think you might have answered it. Oh, in terms of the housing element and that discussion that we'll be having with the community, both property owners and the community would have input over the coming months in terms of the housing element and how we're looking to prioritize housing, incentivize it maybe in certain areas and discourage hotels in certain areas. So there would be that incentive, but without, so would that help us understand some of the, we're going to some of the speculative nature of hotels coming in that's referenced in the staff report in terms of higher land values and that. So we would start to get a sense, even perhaps prior to adopting the housing element, of where we want to go as a city, so that it provides that certainty for the development community.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, yes, I would agree with your summary of how the conversation would likely go over the coming months with the community. As I mentioned, and as your council approved the goals going into our housing element as we develop policies and programs, we will continue to emphasize facilitating housing production over all of their uses, at least in the inland areas specifically, and we intend to propose programs that would fulfill that. We might be exploring a variety of ways to do that. It could be changing zoning or allowed uses in certain areas, or it could be further facilitating housing, or maybe making findings, changing the findings for hotel developments that help balance this issue on their own. We just don't know what that would look like yet, but those are the exact conversations we'd be having between now and January.
Thank you, Ms. Brooke. Thank you, Ms. Ostrander.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you for presentation. Just 2 quick questions. One is on the housing element. When we go to identify suitable properties that would be available for housing development, how does this moratorium or not affect what that number might be for our housing element? Does it, if we remove some of the hotel considerations does that actually give us an added benefit of more properties that fall under that requirement of being available for housing development, or how does that impact?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Snedden, so we're evaluating the suitable sites at this moment, and we're pretty close to coming up with we have the methodology. We're pretty close to actually finishing that task, given the existing zoning, and we believe that we can adequately satisfy our RENA obligation as well as a 20% buffer that we are advised by our consultant to have. Again, with existing zoning, being fairly conservative about the density achieved on the sites that we've identified. I'm not quite sure. I might need the attorney's advice to answer what I think is the second part of your question is, would adoption of this urgency ordinance in any way affect how likely some of those sites might be developed with housing? I'm not sure what the long-term impacts. I mean, I think it's potentially up to the developers themselves. If they foresee the rules changing, would they continue to propose their hotel project, or would they put a pause on it? I don't know if it would legally impact how we'd need to evaluate the suitable sites, since it's an interim ordinance.
Okay, I think that's something and maybe it's not something answerable here, but if it had a one way or the other impact on that zoning, and that's actually really good news that we're, given our existing zoning, able to meet those goals. So maybe it doesn't matter if that goes back and forth, but I think.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, I think Ms. Brooke really hit it on the head. It's nothing, it's not a legal impediment in the future. It's just that uncertainty. While there is this limitation in place for this time period, as we do the study to look at the effects that hotels have on our housing element, as to whether or not we would make those changes and how that would impact future development.
Okay, thank you. So this would just effectively pause it while we're getting that information and looking at the impacts so that we can make more informed decisions that might affect the housing element.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, that's correct.
Thank you. And could you just give a little bit more detail on how a new hotel creates demand for more affordable housing? Like how does, I mean, right now hotels are having a hard time being staffed as it is. So I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Right. Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Snedden, as I mentioned, it's anecdotal. We have not had a consultant prepare a study and actually show explicitly what sort of demand a new hotel development might create on our housing supply. So it's purely anecdotal, based on the types of jobs created by the service industry and the wages paid. Generally difficult to afford housing in Santa Barbara. But again, we haven't prepared a study to show the exact ratio of what that might look like.
Thank you. And then just one more question about vehicle miles traveled. It would seem to me that a hotel sort of doubly creates vehicle miles traveled, one by being an incentive for people to come and visit, but another because it's removing housing from being able to work and be housed in the same place. Is there a correlation with vehicle miles traveled? I don't want to just have that assumption if there is a different calculation, but it seems to me that it increases vehicle miles traveled.
Councilmember Snedden, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I wouldn't want to speculate. But if that's something we can get back to you on, I'm happy to do that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Ms. Brooke. Thanks for letting me annoy you with more and more information requests. I wasn't really paying attention up there, but you didn't have the column with the AUD priority overlay on your exhibit, did you?
Councilmember Jordan, you're right.
Okay.
I did not present it. This does show it.
I did just want to make a distinction there that, so when we're talking about residential use allowed, that column is any type of residential use, any type of dwelling units per acre. It's not necessarily where we've identified where we really prioritize by giving additional density, additional height, that kind of thing, right?
Correct. Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, you're correct. And I do want to just point out, there's one row here that isn't highlighted that should be, no, I apologize. No, it's correct. You're correct. Anywhere on this last column that says residential allowed that is not highlighted in green has a medium-high density designation on it, not the high not the high density or the
27 units per acre?
36.
Okay. So, and I know you love hearing hypothetical questions from me, so I'll ask you one. So, generally, over the last several years, are we even successful in doing multi-family development in zones other than the priority overlay? I would suspect that we do much more work of that. We have many more projects that happen in the priority overlay because we give those allowances than we do in the other zones. Would you think that's true?
Interesting question. I just asked this of our mapping GIS gurus who are working on the suitable sites inventory at the moment. We do actually see a fair number of housing units produced in the medium-high zones. It's just, I should say, there's the number of projects in those areas are higher, but they don't produce as many units per project, whereas in the priority overlay, it's a fewer number of projects, but they.
Okay, and then I'm not sure if you answered this question for Ms. Sneddon, so I'm going to ask it a different way, and then you can tell me you answered it and answer it more simple for me. So if you have a parcel that's zoned right now both for hotel or multifamily residential, and you're going through this housing element process of identifying potential sites, does that get used as part of the formula? Does that parcel get used as part of the formula, even though it could be used for a use other than residential?
Councilmember Jordan, we're not trying to speculate too much on how an individual site might ultimately be redeveloped. We're looking at the land value and the improvements on the land and the ratio of that to determine if it's ripe for redevelopment. We're looking at parcel size, could they assemble parcels together, and then the existing density that's allowed on the site. So looking at housing density, we're not considering how many other uses are allowed on the site. Do we think residential is actually very likely? Because those levels of nuance would be too difficult to apply citywide.
So if you're looking at it with that criteria, then the answer would conceivably be yes, because you're really just ignoring, if it meets that criteria, it's still going into the formula, even though there might be another use that's allowed on that parcel.
Exactly.
And then, so just as a tangential question, how does that work out after the housing element is actually adopted and applied, and then whatever the other use was scoops up that parcel? Do you have to rejigger, or do you just hopefully put in a large enough buffer over the requirement to handle the erosion that might happen?
Councilmember Jordan, that's exactly it. That's why we are building in the buffer in case some of these suitable sites aren't actually developed for housing.
Okay. Then last question, when you look at a list like this, from experience, you've schooled me on this, I think, multiple times. Historically, what would you say the erosion of projects off this list would be in this type of development, or just generally in your experience? I mean, how many projects would we lose? Or, I mean, you can't really, I don't think you can pick which ones you're going to lose. Are you going to lose the small ones or the big ones? But just generally, when you have a point in time and you look at a list, what ends up happening to that list in a year?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, so for housing projects, when we were a few years ago in the heart of the AUD program, housing projects, we were seeing maybe a third of the total proposed projects actually come through to a building permit issuance. Here I would look at really the status they've already achieved. Those that have received some type of land use or design review approval, probably more likely to actually be developed. Those that you see in the pre-application stage, maybe 50%.
So kind of given that it's my words would be, it's kind of top-heavy right now in the approval part, or the probably mostly might gonna happen prop, and bottom-heavy in the subject to erosion, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Freeman, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just one, Councilmember Jordan, maybe think of it. So if you have a parcel that is housing, could be housing or say a hotel or another use, but it has the housing, is that counted towards our capacity to meet our regional housing needs number? To the 8,000 units that we're zoned for? So where I'm going with this is if there's another use, but yet we were counting that towards our regional housing needs, towards that 8,000 goal, and then it gets shifted into or put into something that's not housing, would we fall under the no net loss provisions, because now we have something that we counted as housing that's not housing anymore?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, I believe that's why our consultant advised that we build in a buffer and that we show that we actually have, that we can show that we have more capacity than we need to actually meet our RENA, so that if something like that happens, if we say identify a site that we assumed maybe 60 units would be developed on it and it ends up being developed as something else, that we still have enough to absorb those 60 units that we assumed somewhere else in the city.
So it would count, but we have that buffer, but it would eat into the buffer. So it does affect the zoning capacity to meet or not to meet, but to comply and have that buffer. So it would actually impact what we're zoning towards that 8,000, even if we're trying to zone a little higher.
Correct. It could become difficult as we get further into the 8-year cycle if we continually see opportunity sites not being developed with housing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. We'll go to comments on the item. Start with B.B. Longstreet. You have 3 minutes at the podium, please.
Good afternoon. It's so nice to see everybody here. It's been a long time. I'm here to support this interim ordinance limiting hotel development. There are already so many properties in our community that have been taken out of the housing stock due to student housing or vacation rentals. On the Lower West Side, at minimum, over 100 units were taken out for student housing. We must be very clear and determined in our goal of workforce housing. It impacts all of us. We know what it impacts. We can't hire in our community. Everything from management, high-level management, and well-paid to the people that support us every day in what they do. So, you know, I think if you talk to Sansom, they can't get doctors, and if you talk to the city, they can't get gardeners. So we need to be really clear in how we move forward with this. As I looked into the list of proposed hotels, I felt there was a column missing, and that was the date these applications went in. As a community, we have been impacted many times. We waited on Lower State Street for years to get the Californian. Fest Parker's hotel is still not built. Yananali is just going through now. Those have been in the works for 20 plus years, and the community waited. So maybe the hotels can wait now for the community to get what they need. So I am not, I understand the coastal zone and that we have no impact there, and those examples are that. But I really feel like it's okay to put a pause on this and to really look at the situation and consider our residents. I also think as we're looking at this conversion, we need to look at what is the definition of a hotel. Is an unstaffed conversion a hotel, or is it a short-term vacation rental? And what it means, and get that clarified so that we don't end up with too many nuisances on our hands. And then last but not least, of course, always, we must live within our means, and we must determine what that is. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beth Collins.
Mayor Rouse, council members, good afternoon. Beth Collins from Brownstein. I'm a land use attorney, and as a business person here in town, I am a strong housing advocate. I wanted to alert the council that this ordinance as drafted will have unintended consequences on housing projects in the city. It will block processing mixed-use housing projects, even projects that are building maximum base density housing units on their site. So what do I mean? I'm aware of a number of mixed-use housing projects in the area, and at least one in the pipeline in the city right now that will be blocked by this ordinance. As the AUD ordinance has brought in smaller unit sizes, and as people are building housing that is more affordable by design, people don't have room for their guests. And so some housing projects are integrating as an amenity for their guests a few, in essence, short-term rental, which something that would be called a hotel, I believe, under this ordinance. I don't think you're meaning to ban these housing projects, but I think it's going to be an unintended consequence. So I suggest a carve-out for mixed-use projects that are proposing to meet the maximum base housing units allowed on the parcel, but also include in their plan some accessory rental units. The flat ban on hotel is so broadly worded that it will impact these mixed-use housing projects. So I just wanted to alert you to that. I know this process is going pretty quickly, and maybe folks weren't thinking about these types of mixed-use projects where they have maybe a few, in essence, short-term rental units that are on the same property and proposed as part of the larger housing project. If you guys are worried about this being an exception that will swallow the rule, you could even say, okay, as long as you're maximizing the amount of housing that you can build on the site, you have a few units, maybe you cap it to 10 or fewer. So you can have 10 or fewer of these short-term rental units on the property. You can as long as you're maximizing the total amount of housing that can be developed, your max density on the parcel, then you're exempted from this ordinance. That's what I'd suggest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Suzanne Wood, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Wood, and I am the president of the Board of Directors for Laguna Cottages for Seniors, which is a historic downtown property that is home to 58 low-income seniors. And Laguna Cottages is adjacent to the property at 812 Garden Street, where there is a planned conversion of an existing office building to what they're calling a hotel. It's the no on-site manager, self-check-in, 30-room hotel. And as you can imagine, the residents of Laguna Cottages are very much opposed to this. And you've probably heard from some of them and others in that neighborhood as well. There are a lot of seniors in that neighborhood. They're very much opposed to having a hotel. They would not be opposed to having housing there for affordable housing. I represent Laguna Cottages, but I'm also here to speak just for myself about this hotel situation in general. And I wrote to the council ahead of this meeting expressing my opinion, but it's such an important issue that I also wanted to talk about it and reiterate my position in person. I strongly support the strictest possible moratorium on any new hotels being built. Given the catastrophic drought situation we're enduring and the severe shortage of housing for our working people, and this is housing that's being crowded out by all the hotels being built for tourists. So I realize this is a very difficult and complicated issue, but I think we need to give it really strong consideration because these buildings, once they're built and up, are here pretty much forever for the long run. They'll be around and will change forever the landscape of Santa Barbara and really the whole character of Santa Barbara. They already have to a large extent just in the past few years, and you all are aware of. And unlike the parklets, we can't change our mind and disassemble them if we decide it's a bad idea later on. So I'm hoping that the council will decide to put the brakes on these hotel projects, or at least the ones that aren't already permitted and under construction, at least until this, what's the 2023 housing element study is completed and analyzed, and can give us, you know, a clearer picture of where we should be going with hotels versus housing. So that's all I have to say, except to thank you all for letting me speak my piece today. Thank you.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have online speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one moment.
And this is announced before we start. We'll stop accepting raised hands at 5 of 4 for online for this comment item. So please give me the first speaker.
Very good. I'm going to list the names of 5 speakers here. I see we have some people that are just on the telephone. If you are on the phone and you wish to raise your hand, press *9. Phone, raise your hand, *9. Okay. Our first 5 speakers here are Danielle Wilson, Linda Honigman, Lisa Carlos, Eric Baer, and Robin Elander. Danielle Wilson, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 and Unite Here Local 19, the Hotel Workers Union. Collectively, we represent 38,000 members who work in hotels, stadiums, and airports across Southern and Northern California. Today, we urge you to adopt Alternative 1 to the staff recommendation, which would capture most hotel projects in the pipeline in order to carry out the goals and intent of the urgency ordinance to the highest degree possible. Across the state, low-wage service workers like our members are facing an unprecedented housing crisis. They're getting pushed further and further away from their jobs, forcing them to suffer through hours of commute time every day and creating a traffic strain on our neighborhoods. This is absolutely contributing to climate change vis-a-vis VMTs. Across our regions, we have watched as local decision makers approve more and more luxury hotel development and less affordable housing. This is why our unions have built strong coalitions with housing and environmental advocates who recognize that our members are acutely impacted by this crisis. We have a strong record of advocating for the construction of affordable homes rather than hotels on both individual projects and policy. We strongly support the intent of this urgency ordinance, namely to address the problem that we have diagnosed all over our region and throughout the coastal zone, which is that land that should be used for housing is instead being used for profitable luxury homes and short-term rentals. For example, in the city of LA in the coastal zone, we are currently fighting the city for its use of various density bonuses intended to generate housing to instead classify hotel rooms as residential units in quote unquote mixed use projects that are really hotels, or as one speaker said, short-term rentals with a couple of housing units on the site. We have advocated for a conditional use permitting process for hotels in which the balance of hotels versus housing development would be a central required finding for approval, similar to some of the ideas offered by staff this afternoon. And we consistently fight to protect our housing from conversion into hotels, also mentioned in the staff report as an impact of hotel development on housing stock. Santa Barbara is the first city we have seen highlight this nexus of hotels versus housing in such a profound way, which is why we encourage you to approve the most comprehensive version of the proposal. This way, the council can truly isolate a specific type of land use while you study how to create another much more needed one. We would love to partner with the city and be able to take it back to our respective regions as an example. Please approve Alternative 1 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Linda Honigman. Linda Honigman, please go ahead.
Greetings, Mayor and council members. I'm Linda Honigman, a local homeowner. Thank you for considering this emergency ordinance and a change to our housing element that can better accommodate our affordable housing and tourism needs. I'm in full support of a hotel development moratorium effective immediately. I prefer option 3, that only projects with a building permit would be allowed to proceed. I am disappointed that the hotel proposals in the coastal zone would be allowed to proceed, since that is where most of the units are located. I encourage you and staff to look for ways to allow projects in the coastal zone to still contribute to our affordable housing needs. For example, perhaps the city could require new hotels over a certain size to provide employee housing for a variety of incomes, either on site or close by. We have seen a number of unintended consequences over the years after attempts to provide more housing. With each density increase and possibility of FAR, the cost of land has continued to increase and become further out of reach for local residents and our stellar housing authority. It's time to put the welcome mat out for local residents and workers. No, it will not be easy, but just as Santa Barbara stepped up to respond to the national disaster of oil spills, we can be a leader in finding creative solutions to our housing crisis. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Carlos. Lisa Carlos, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Carlos, and I'm speaking as a resident of Santa Barbara. I strongly support the hotel moratorium for a couple of key reasons. First, the highest, best public policy use for land right now is for affordable housing, not hotels. You've heard it before, but it bears repeating. Our RENA data shows we are falling further and further behind in producing the affordable housing needed by most of Santa Barbara's workforce. To be exact, between 2015 and 2021, we permitted nearly 1,600 units of above moderate income or market rate housing, but only permitted 236 deed restricted affordable housing units. Let me provide a real life perspective on all this. Yesterday, I searched a jobs website called Indeed.com and plugged in the word hotel, and up popped 274 open job listings for Santa Barbara hotels. No surprise that during a housing shortage, hotels are struggling to fill vacancies. Almost all jobs listed fell below $40,000 a year, which is considered by RENA to be in the very low income category. That means our billion-dollar hospitality industry relies on labor of our city's lowest wage earners, our front desk workers, concierges, bellmen, servers, and housekeepers. And guess how many very low income housing units we permitted in this current RENA cycle? 120 units. So again, there are 274 currently open vacant jobs for hotels listed at the very low income level. And that's just in hotels. And we've only built 120 very low income units in the past 7 years. Let that disparity sink in for a moment. The second reason for a moratorium is to help stabilize land values and level the playing field between for-profit and nonprofit developers. As you know, our housing authority is struggling to outbid not only market rate housing, but now hotel developers. A moratorium is a potent policy mechanism meant to be used exactly for this purpose, to ensure that land is developed in a way that improves our community as a whole and doesn't make our growing housing inequality worse. Imposing a moratorium also slows down soaring land prices, which will help our housing authority. In addition, we need a much bigger source of local revenue for affordable housing, but that's a fight for another day. In the meantime, I'm taking advantage of my privilege to stand before you in the middle of a work week to plead the case for others who can't do the same. I applaud your leadership and willingness to say no to more hotels for now, and yes to housing for all the hardworking people who support our city and quality of life, but can't afford to live here. Thank you so much for your service to our city.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Robin Elander, followed by Carson Stone, Anna Marie Gott, Arvan Sabetian, and Chip Wilbrent. Robin Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor, council members and staff, thank you so much for this thoughtful conversation. While I'm very interested in making sure that our community has ample housing and more housing being built, I have to express some concern about the moratorium on hotel investment and development. With many projects in the pipeline, I want to make sure that we also consider what this message will send to our business community and how we already struggle with our permitting process and filling the various vacancies that we have for businesses in our community. So while I do very much appreciate and want, and I appreciate the sentiment associated with this ordinance that is being considered, if we can find a way to do a kind of a balance here, I think that that would be really an important thing to consider. So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for allowing these virtual comments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm going to read out the next speaker names, and the last name I read will be the last person to have raised their hand by the time. It's Carson Stone, then Anna Marie Gott, Arvin Savetian, Chip Wilbrandt, and Trish Allen. And Trish Allen will be our final speaker. Carson Stone, please go ahead.
Thank you, council members and mayor. I'd like to say that, as a necessarily no, essentially, it's been to housing because I have that to tell places to stay. It's been extremely difficult and essentially priced out of the market. Well, you do. So this map here looks like a lot of this zoning is focused mainly like housing can be built in those areas, but there's an option to exist in a way. Like I said, I don't think zoning area residential property that could fit. So I think we need to just how exactly something like this would go into effect. Say that I don't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I support this ordinance. I think, though, you need to add a few reasons for this urgency ordinance. One is the overburdening of city infrastructure as a result of hotels being clustered downtown. Why? Hotels downtown are trying to offset their parking requirements using the zone of benefit and city parking lots. Two, lower than average wages paid to hotel employees. Why? Hotels pay the majority of their staff members poverty wages. This ordinance should include all projects except the single project with a building permit, the projects that are on property that do not include zoning for residential uses, and the coastal zone. The projects in the pipeline that can have residential uses must be halted no matter the stage they are in the process. We need to protect all parcels in the AUD overlay. This includes making sure that we have a permanent ban on any AUD complex from being converted to commercial use at a later date. Right now, this is possible under the AUD ordinance. The last thing that we want to have someone do is to have a project approved under AUD and then have the units turned into what will essentially be a short-term vacation rental hotel. I also want to urge you to extend this urgency ordinance until the city actually has a hotel overlay. This would prevent the development of hotels in areas that we have identified for housing and areas adjacent to residential uses. Additionally, I urge you to limit the number of hotel rooms in zones within a hotel overlay, begin the process to impose impact fee for commercial developments by use, create a requirement for hotels to provide housing for their employees. We should also set a maximum size for hotel rooms. The average nationwide for a hotel room is 325 square feet. But today, our hotel rooms are proposed with kitchens and living rooms, and that living room is used for people to sleep in, which requires additional parking. And right now, we only require 1 parking space per bedroom.
You need to wrap up, please.
We also, thank you. We also really need to set up and fund an active enforcement for short-term vacation rentals to collect back taxes and shut down illegal short-term vacations
Thank you.
across the city. This is urgent. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Arvan Sepetian. Arvan Sepetian, please go ahead. Arvan Sepetian, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, council members and mayor. Thanks for allowing me to speak at this meeting. I sent a letter to all of you over the weekend detailing my concerns about the moratorium. I also CC'd the clerk email address, so I'd like the letter to be part of the record if it hasn't been already entered. I won't go over the entire letter. As you know, it's somewhat comprehensive, addressing a lot of the comments that have already been made tonight by speakers and the staff. I do want to just clarify that I am one of the applicants with an approved planning application. And the most important thing I wanted to bring to your attention is that bringing a planning application, not just to complete status, but approved status, often referred to as entitlements, takes many months and a lot of money. In fact, one of the accepted applications on your list submitted its initial application late in 2020. Also, delay in getting a building permit is often not in full control of the applicant due to the building plan check backlog that we currently have in the city. As applicants, we worked in close partnership with the city, using the current ordinance and guidance to work patiently through the process. It would set the wrong precedent to simply disallow these applications from obtaining a building permit. Council members, mayor, besides my large concern about these submitted applications, as a staunch advocate of housing and infill development, I believe the moratorium will have the opposite effect on housing. Hotels can act as flexible housing in providing a place for those moving in and out of the city to stay. With the housing availability at an all-time low, hotels provide further provide a choice for those who simply can't find any housing at this point. Not to mention the TOT fees brought in by existing and new hotels is the very funding the city can use to make sure affordable housing is incentivized and or financed. If you were to consider how many of the applications on the list are either not in the high density AUD overlay or are in a flood zone and or next to a creek, you'll quickly see that nearly all of them would not be a fit for housing. I detail in my letter that considering the AUD ordinance and many other factors, hotels are often not the highest and best use in circumstances where high density housing can be substantiated. So this isn't a hotel versus housing issue, and I ask that you consider that when making your decision today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Chip Wildebrandt. Chip Wildebrandt, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, we provided you with a longer email, and so I hope you have had the chance to review that. I will try and summarize it fairly quickly. We represent Scott Perry, whose family owns the Lemon Tree Inn and the Orange Tree Inn. Those are both longtime family-owned hotel projects here in Santa Barbara. The Lemon Tree Inn in particular has been a hotel-type project, first a motor lodge in the 1920s, and then it was upgraded as a motel in the 1960s. And as hopefully you all know, over the last several years, it's continued to be upgraded, including with a very popular with locals restaurant. It's at 2819 State Street. Again, not one of the properties where there is the risk of a residential property going out of the opportunities for residential development. It will continue as a hotel. We looked at developing a project a couple of years ago. Brian Kernall did plans for it. We had those ready to submit in March of 2020. One of the things this ordinance does not seem to have considered is that the city has a process already for addressing impacts from both commercial and hotel development. And so in this case, we actually purchased 28 hotel credits. Those 28 credits were from the Sandman Inn project, which is used to be further up State Street. That property, based upon the fact that it sold all of its rooms for those hotel credits, then became a residential project. So the Lemon Tree project actually purchased the number of hotel credits that we would like to replace on the site. We urge you, if you do move forward with an interim ordinance, that you wait the couple of weeks, you get more detail in it, including, again, providing for projects like ours where they are on properties that have long been hotel development, and in particular, that you address the Measure E purchase sites where we've already purchased and allowed for replacement of former hotel rooms. We doubt there are very many projects in that category. You, as I understand from the staff presentation and answers, this ordinance would only affect potentially 130 rooms anyway, so it's not a significantly impactful ordinance. And again, I urge you to take the time and provide for better detail, including in particular the Measure E purchase credits that have already occurred.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Trish Allen. Trish Allen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with our comments. While we agree and fully support with the overarching goal to prioritize housing development that is affordable to the city's workforce, we believe there are alternative solutions and planning tools available other than implementing more restrictions on new hotel development. These involve we recommend pursuing alternatives that more clearly address the concern that do not negatively impact the economic vitality of an entire business sector. For example, and staff mentioned this earlier, please consider zoning ordinance amendments to prohibit new hotel and/or hotel conversions in the RMH zone, where new or expanding hotels should be limited in order to protect existing housing and promote new housing. Further, amendments could be considered to impose hotel development mitigation fees that can be used to fund the creation of new workforce housing. As we see it, the cost and risk of the development review process is one of the greatest factors for not building new workforce housing in our community. We note that the draft ordinance mentions unlawful short-term vacation rentals and suggests greater emphasis on addressing these existing unlawful vacation rentals and measures to prevent conversion of existing housing to vacation rentals rather than a ban on new hotel development. And in closing, We do strongly agree with the recommendation that the urgency ordinance, if it moves forward, should not include properties located in the coastal zone due to those coastal policies that are in place, and also those properties that whose zoning do not allow residential development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for public comment. We're going to do the Election Day special here right now and do something a little bit different, and you guys will have to bear with me. Mr. Harris, would you come forward with the results from the tally, please? We're going back to whichever item that was.
No, item 19, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And this is to do with the Coast Village Road tally. And just so while Mr. Harris is getting that ready, so this is how it's going to work. I know there's a lot of people here waiting for a long time. We have a time certain with some interviews. We're going to get Mr. Harris's report. We're going to vote on that item. We're going to take a 10-minute break for our translators. We're going to come back, finish comments and deliberations on this item, and then we'll go to the last item. So that's, just make yourselves comfortable. We'll get there. But thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Harris.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and public, the city clerk has completed the assessment balloting, which did not result in a majority protest. The city clerk has tabulated the ballots submitted and has determined that ballots representing $43,628.04 in proportional financial obligation were submitted in opposition to the Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District assessment, and ballots representing $165,397 in proportional financial obligation were submitted in support of the assessment. This item is now before the council to act upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Pinner, did you have a public comment before we did our vote? Because I know you put your name. Nope, you're good. Okay, very good. Yes, Ms. Snedden.
I'm ready to make a motion.
That'd be great.
Okay.
I love motions.
This is really exciting. So with the comment also that the enabling ordinance, and when the Coast Village Association brought this forward to us and really laid out the path for how to make this possible and how it could benefit other areas as well, I just really so much appreciation for the efforts, and then also for staff and all that brought this forward, and for the members who voted to support this. And I'm really excited about this as a model for other business districts, and a way to invest in your own community and making it even better. So I'd be very happy to move the recommendation that this balloting did not result in a majority protest, so we can waive the first reading and adopt the resolution forming the Coast Village Coast Village Community Benefit Improvement District, and levying the assessment in connection with the Coast Village CBID.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Jordan. Okay. May we have a roll call vote, please?
May I make a comment, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor?
comment? Go ahead.
Sorry. I'd just like to thank Mr. Pinner in particular, Bob Ludwig, the whole team. You know, I sat right here and looked at you and said, when those numbers come back, I hope they're really, really good in the proportion of approval versus not approved. And I think you guys have done your job really well. And I would just want to say thank you for that, and not even making it an issue, but doing your job and letting the project sell itself. So I would echo the comments you heard from Councilmember Snedden. So great job. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
very
Mayor.
good. We have a first and a second. May we have a roll call?
This is for item 19, motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, we do have to take a 10-minute break for the translators. We will then do deliberations on the item we just finished and vote on that. When it comes to the applicants for the committees, we're going to have 2 minutes of comment each as a limit, so in case you're preparing remarks, and then we'll get to the last item. Thank you for your patience. See you in 10 minutes. back to the deliberations of council on item, which item is it, Madam Clerk?
Item 20, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And this is council deliberations, so we'll start out with Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll try to summarize up pretty quickly here. But first, I want to thank everybody that spoke, the dialogue we've had, and I just want to kind of reframe it in that this isn't a ban on new hotels. This is a temporary moratorium while we're going forward with the housing element update, which is going to give us a lot of information on where we want to site housing, how we want to incentivize it, how we might want to incentivize hotels in other areas. But that's a greater discussion that's going to take place over the coming months. And I heard a lot of great comments today that actually more are relevant to that process. So I hope that some of these comments and those who spoke today really get engaged with that housing element process. So where I find myself on this item is that I would prefer that we come back on June 28th, not make a decision today, and then also try to address a couple of the items that come up today. I thank Ms. Collins for your analysis of housing projects that might have a couple of rooms for people coming in. So I'd like to understand that more when it comes back on the 28th. I think it was a very salient point, and I'd like to understand that. And the issue from public comment today also on if there's an existing hotel that is looking at on their site that would never be housing on that. But again, this is a limited time, and so it's through the housing element update process. And so I also am supportive of alternative 1, which is for all the projects that are currently in the pipeline. A vast majority of those are in the coastal zone, which I support exempting the coastal zone. And then there's a couple of other projects that are significantly underway, and they might actually, from my understanding, help with other council priorities that we're trying to in terms of activating our downtown. And they've already had significant investment, and it's somewhat only 130 plus rooms. But this is really meant to stabilize the current conditions so that we can get the most accurate information and baseline as we go into our housing element update, which is critical because it's an 8-year process, and that is how we're going to be planning for the next 8 years. So I think stabilizing the conditions and addressing these issues of hotels and housing and prioritizing we need to do, and we need to send a message to our community that we are listening and that housing, particularly affordable housing, is the top priority, and I think that's what this would do. And real briefly, again, I also have concerns that if we don't go forward with something on the 28th, that there could be potential loss of housing that gets converted in terms of our regional housing needs assessment, those types of, that would eat into our buffer. So with that, I am supportive of the 28th, and again, the option 1, which would allow all those that are currently on the list to continue to go forward, but nothing new coming forward for this interim ordinance. So with that, I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Yes, I'll be brief also. I just really think this is our moment to stand by our commitment that we just recently spent a lot of time laying out those goals to address our affordable housing shortage. It's a crisis. Hotels right now are booming. It is really astonishing how much there is happening there, and housing is busting. We just cannot get there and get enough of it. This is not a permanent cease on hotels. This would be a pause. I would be in favor of the biggest net of what we could pause. It's not forever. It's just so that we can get a handle on what's happening. We have our housing element underway. We're doing deep and detailed looks at that. I agree we need a hotel overlay. I think that would be a good way to give a yes and a green light to where it is that we think hotels should go. As we're looking at our hotel housing element, there's so many issues to consider. The environmental impacts of hotels. It's not just the waste that is in the tourism industry. And again, we have many wonderful hotels that already are serving our community and serving the tourist community and visitors, and we want to keep those going and to support them. This would just be new, and new has environmental impacts, pressure on the infrastructure. The vehicle miles traveled is a significant question, and it creates demand for affordable housing units. And it creates low-paying jobs. Not all of the jobs are low-paying, but predominantly low-paying. So I think this needs to apply to short-term rentals as well. And again, this is just a pause while we do our careful look at the housing element, which is going to last for the next 10 years. I think we owe it to ourselves to have the maximum amount that we can for housing. I will support whichever pause we come together on with if the votes are there, but I would be in favor of the most restrictive option.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize, I was wandering in, but I just would like to ask a question on what Mr. Friedman said to staff. Option 1 just picks up everything down that list to applications submitted and leaves off all the pre-applications, right?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, it's a little bit nuanced
Plus the coastal.
from that, because in option 1, as it's drafted in the staff report, it would allow all projects to continue if they have submitted a planning application, and any per the municipal code, any hotel project that requires a pre-application, some of them do. Some of those projects on this table under the pre-application project status are simply planner consultations. That's very preliminary conceptual discussion with only planning staff about the feasibility of a project. And I don't have those here delineated which are which, but
Okay. So your option 1 is not everything on the list?
correct.
Okay.
It's not everything on the
All right.
list.
So I guess you'll talk to 3 people and get 6 opinions, but I'm going to walk back my enthusiasm for this effort, and just my apologies to staff. I wish I had had this little chart, before I got enthused, because this to me speaks volumes about what's actually happening on the ground. There are significantly more projects deemed residential that are happening outside of the AUD overlay area, which to me makes them inherently, makes those locations inherently infeasible for residential, multifamily residential development because of the limits we have on density, the amount of time it takes to get through the city process, the uncertainty, and the expense. So I was really focused and thought that there would be more projects in the zones designated as AUD overlay, and was a little taken back to see that there aren't. And actually, when you take any one of staff's suggested options, that literally only leaves 4 projects and 143 rooms that would fall out of an option. And when you suggest something and you may not know exactly what all the consequences are, what you're talking about, but it sounds good, I don't mind admitting I do that, somebody starts providing you with information. And so this notion, anecdotal notion, I've heard it more than once today, that there's a clear nexus between hotel development, hotel workers, and low-income housing need is a little hard to understand when you look at California EDD's labor market information for Santa Barbara County. And so at the end of April 2022, there were 221,000 people employed in the county of Santa Barbara across all A to Z types of things. Of that, employed in accommodations were only 5,000 people. So it's a pretty negligible number. Comparatively, farm employees were over 26,000. Retail employees were over 17,000. But we're not having to talk about restricting agriculture or restricting retail development, but we're having to talk about hotels. I don't see after looking at this information on where they're being built, what zone they're being built in, the status that they're in, and the nexus, the lack of a nexus to really affecting low-income housing based on statistics from the state of California, I don't really see that there's a bang for the buck on what we're trying to do. We do need the housing. I think all of us up here struggle to chase that housing. While we say we need the housing, we still don't take the leap to actually take actions to put that housing in place. We're scared to talk about height limits. We're scared to talk about density. We're scared to talk about size, bulk, and scale. We look at the RENA numbers that are in the current cycle, and we're aghast that we haven't accomplished much. But we let the same system go on, and I'm not willing now to target one particular industry that I think has a key economic and community benefit to our city, saying that that will help resolve our housing shortcomings. I think clearly our shortcomings lie with us and not with hotel development. So I would just like it to go away and thank staff for the great work they did. That would be my first choice. My second choice would be to let everything on this list go through and make the pause for anything that comes in the door after what's on this list through the adoption of the housing element. So that'd be where I'd stand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Ostrander.
I apologize, Councilmember Harmon. I just wanted to point out that there's a slight discrepancy in the staff report as it describes the options and the ordinance. And they're the same definition, but they fall in different orders. So alternative 1 in the ordinance is for all projects that have received project design approval. So that's the more restrictive than what was staff's proposal. What's set forth as alternative 1 in your staff report is, I believe, the option that Councilmember Jordan was talking about, and that's the one that would allow all pre-applications to go through. So I think it would be helpful for staff if you just distinguish which one you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
So I'm still confused on that. The option 1 you're saying would allow everything on this list to go through? No, there are some categories within those pre-applications that would not qualify, right?
Councilmember Jordan, that's correct, is drafted in the council agenda report. However, if your council wants to define the effective point at some other point, that's fine too.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be very brief as well. I think it's clear, it has been clear, we've all said it over and over again, that the housing crisis in our community is and has been hugely impactful to the quality of life for so many of us. We've got to address it as creatively and as urgently as possible. That said, I do think many of the points that Councilmember Jordan brought up are good ones. I agree that it isn't totally clear that the proliferation of hotels in our community, or stopping that proliferation rather, is or will be a panacea for solving the housing crisis. That said, I am in support of moving forward today because I think what we have is an opportunity to take a pause and assess the impact that this has. So I want to be very clear. I agree. I don't see this, based on the data that we've been presented with, really solving anything for us necessarily. But if it gives us an opportunity to step back and make an assessment in a reasoned way, I think it's absolutely valuable that we do that. But given that I am not convinced that this will be the solution to our problems, I would really support us only moving forward with the option that allows all pre-applications to go through in the interest of fairness. I think that that's really the most responsible way to move forward with this moratorium as we take the opportunity to press pause and really study this issue and make an assessment.
I also just want to close by saying that to me, in some ways, this vote today is as much a symbolic step as anything else. I think what it says and what I mean to be conveying with this vote is the seriousness and the importance with which I view dealing with our housing crisis in the city of Santa Barbara. I really believe that if we are to take this step today, we must commit to coupling it with meaningful reform in the ways that we incentivize housing production in the city of Santa Barbara. We have to couple this with process reform that will facilitate the kind of housing development that we all agree that we want to see. Otherwise, I think that we certainly do render this action totally meaningless. So I look forward to the process of continuing with the development of that housing element update, and I think it's an opportunity for us to couple this moratorium with meaningful action on the process side. Otherwise, I think our effort today is really hollow. So with that, I will be supporting this, Mr. Mayor, and look forward to the conversations to come.
All right, very good. Well, here we are once again in another one of these tweaky things where we're trying to create a situation from the dais that has no real application or no findings that it's going to have that application in the boots on the ground world. Per Mr. Jordan's comments, I think that's exactly right. We don't know. We're assuming things. We're making assumptions. We've done priority overlays. We've done density overlays. We've done, back in the day, we did Measure E in order to restrict the amount of commercial development, and yet did that produce more housing? No. The final thing we ever did that produced housing was AUD, and it produced the most housing ever in 5 decades, and as soon as it started to come out, oh my gosh, they're being sold at market, boom, we tapped the brakes on them through an inclusionary. The message we send to people as we try to come out of this crisis and develop our commercial corridors and to get vitality is that we're going to change the rules. And that's when we say incentivize housing, that sounds great until we say, oh, by the way, we're thinking about rent control, or we're thinking about these, various, either vacancy taxes or whatever we're doing. We keep coming up with these machinations every time, and we take the certainty right out of the process. And I think we do it with the vacuum where the private sector should be sitting in terms of telling us what they can do, what they have done, and what's possible, along with the community that tells us what kind of community they want. But we've been trying for decades to zone, up zone, down zone, cross zone, do these, AUD, what was the last one we tried to do? I don't know, the acronyms are flowing so fast I can't even keep them all straight. The question is, what do we do about certainty? And certainty of process, as Ms. Harmon said, is really one of the most important things. Well, certainty of process has to be certainty of desire and direction. And right now, this ordinance, I think, flies in the face of that. We're doing something that is knee-jerk and is trying to do something that, as Mr. Jordan pointed out, the numbers don't really bear up. There's nothing that says to me that a hotel property is going to potentially turn into housing if we say you can't build a hotel there anymore. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with that, but there are properties been invested in for decades with plans to go forward, and all of a sudden we're doing something like this. And even though it may be temporary, it sends the messages where you don't want to invest is Santa Barbara, and I think that's the wrong message to send at this point in time. We need housing, we need commercial vitality, we need the kind of things where people say, I want to be there, do business, and invest. So I will not be supporting this effort. I appreciate staff basically trying to accommodate us and trying to facilitate our desire to make more housing and more affordable housing. But I think we're going about this the wrong way. I think you have to provide incentives and you got to take down a few hurdles if you want to get to where you want to go. So I will not be supporting the ordinance. Thank you. And with that, are there further comments before somebody makes a motion? Then I would accept a motion, please. Mr. Friedman.
So let me take a crack at this. So I'll make a motion that we return on June 28th with a draft ordinance, and that the date includes all the projects, including pre-application, that were listed there that could be able to continue to move forward, and that we get information on the 2 issues that were raised in terms of hotels adding, and then the issue that Ms. Collins raised today about projects that are maximizing their housing and may have a unit or two that would be for guests of those housing units.
Okay, that's a motion. Did you get that down, Madam Clerk? And then, because we haven't got a second yet.
Second.
Second from Ms. Sneddon.
Yes, and I can repeat the motion now or later.
Yeah, why don't you please? I'm not sure, make sure everybody's clear.
Okay, yes, there is a portion I want. There's a portion where I would like clarification. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, directing staff to return at the June 28th council meeting with a draft ordinance and to include, this is my question, to include all projects, including pre-application, to be allowed to move forward? Is it all projects or all projects as defined?
It's all projects on the list of 21.
All projects on the list of,
21 that was presented today.
okay. All projects on list of 21 as presented in staff PowerPoint today, including those in pre-application.
Yes.
Okay. To be allowed to move forward and to receive information on the issues of hotels adding,
Yeah, hotels adding on new rooms.
okay, hotels adding new rooms and projects maximizing housing that may include 1 or 2 units for guests.
Does may include a limited number of rooms for guests.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, move forward with ordinance, yeah.
Ms. Sneddon is a seconder to the motion. Is that, you concur?
Yes, may I ask just a clarifying question? The motion is to move forward with the ordinance while allowing those that are listed to move forward. Is that correct?
I heard bring it back on the 28th, but
Yeah,
Mr. Colon has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Your microphone.
I'm sorry, we'll return on the 28th with an ordinance that affects the direction council just given.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan to the motion.
I just have a question to the maker and staff, I guess. I think one of those projects on there that we're allowing to be on the list of 21 is an added group of rooms to an existing hotel, right?
Councilmember Jordan, that is correct.
Yep. So, I mean, I'm okay with having that conversation, but I'm okay with allowing all 21 lines on that piece of paper to go forward and not offer that up as a barrier to come back on the 28th and take out one of those lines.
Are you offering an alternative motion, or are you just making a comment on
I'm
the motion?
just asking for a clarification,
No, we-
because the motion is to approve, to bring those 21 lines to allow them to move forward as part of the ordinance, but to have a discussion on adding hotel rooms to existing hotels. Well, one of those lines on that list is adding hotel rooms to existing hotels. So I'd like to clarify that we're going to allow your motion intends to allow those 21 listed items to move forwards, but we will have a separate conversation, not affecting that one item, on adding rooms to existing hotels.
Correct, that was my intent, the 21 move forward, and then if there's anybody new hotels
Okay.
that want to have that, we need to have that discussion,
Okay,
so.
thank you.
Okay, so are we clear on the motion then? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
And Mr. Mayor, so clarifying that the motion is not changing from what I read into the record. Okay, very good. One moment.
Clear as we get on anything.
Okay. And this is item 20 with the motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Seddon, as read into the record a moment ago. Mayor Pro Tem Herman.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
No. That 5-2?
That is 5-2 with noes from Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
All right, very good. Okay, we're going to move now to the item where we interview for advisory groups. I'm going to ask the advisory applicants to come forward and sit in the forward rows, please. I want to go fast on this as we can. We've got more work to do. And what we'll do is I'll call out the group that you're applying for. And I'd like you to organize yourselves and be ready to roll. And I'm going to have 2 minutes per speaker at the podium during this time. All righty. And once we do that, then we'll finish the last item right after this. Okay, Arts Advisory Committee, anybody for that? Please come forward.
Hello. Good
Please-
afternoon.
yeah, please give us your name and then
My
take the-
name's Serena Lee. I'm a Brooks graduate. I'll be celebrating my 20th year here in Santa Barbara this summer. I would like to be on the Arts Advisory Commission or Committee because I would like to spend more time giving back to my community, and especially in the arts industry, because that is where I'm working. I work as a digital technician. I help a lot of people around town. And then I also work as an art production assistant in Santa Ynez at a private studio. So I would like to be able to give back, since I've been here for 20 years, and be a more active participant in the arts community here in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for the Arts Advisory Committee? Building and Fire Code of Appeals. That's a barn burner. Nope, okay. Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens. All righty. Citizens Oversight Committee, this is for Measure C. Mr. Epstein.
Madam Rouse, council, staff, thanks for having me. By the way, as a longtime member of the Coast Village Association, thank you very much for your support on the CBID. I didn't know that was happening today. That was just an added benefit for showing up for an invigorating city council meeting. As an inaugural member of the Measure C Oversight Committee, for some bizarre reason, I think it's a good idea to continue on. Speaking of riveting meetings, I am a founding member and the current chair of the California Concern. As some of you may recall, we lobbied heavily for Measure C. We brought together the Association of Realtors, the Chamber of Commerce, and some of the other groups in the town, and really lobbied aggressively for the 1 cent sales tax increase, including meeting with the Santa Barbara Taxpayers Association and doing our best to mitigate their opposition to that. And as part of that, I made a commitment to all of those constituents that I would do my best to hold the city's feet to the fire, to spend that money for which it was intended, even though it is technically a general tax. So in the spirit of that, I would like to continue on with those efforts and continue my work on the Measure C Oversight Committee.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Oh, Ms. Knight has a question?
Yes, but it's actually for the clerk. So I think,
Oh.
I think we're good. Yes, thank you. So under member of business community, and it says 1, but we have 2 applicants who fulfill that requirement, and they're both incumbents. So does that mean at least 1?
Madam Clerk?
And looking at this here, it looks like we are looking for qualified electors of the city of Santa Barbara. And Mr. Lopez, please feel free to jump in here. But
Yes.
I believe one could be appointed as a member of the business community, and one could be appointed as in the public elector, qualified elector category.
Okay, so it's just interesting because it's 2 incumbents.
There's only 1 vacancy for a member of the business community, but to satisfy that category, but there's only 1 spot, essentially.
But could 1 be a qualified elector and then 1 satisfies the business community?
Correct.
So are they incumbents at this point? Which one is the incumbent for the business community at this point? Because they couldn't both be.
Right, they're in that category because they satisfy the business, member of the business community, but they don't, I don't have that information.
I just want to
Incumbent.
confirm it's not one or the other. We could select both.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. They could be, they both qualify at this point for business community. One could be slotted into
Thank you.
elector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else for the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure C? Very good. The Civil Service Commission. Okay, Community Development and Human Services Committee. Please come up.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Jen Lemberger, and I have been a Santa Barbara resident for almost 20 years now and a resident of the East Side for the last 5. I believe the work that the Community Development and Human Services Committee undertakes is integral to the full health, well-being, and success of the Santa Barbara community as a whole. Throughout my time in Santa Barbara, I have worked for a number of organizations, including the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, Direct Relief, and the County Education Office. Additionally, I have worked both at organizations like the previously named, where I was the grant applicant, as well as other institutions such as the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and the California State Library, where I was the grantor. This work experience, my Master of Public Health education, and involvement with local organizations provides a basis for understanding the diverse needs of community members, particularly how the social determinants of health impact individuals and community and ways to prevent and ameliorate poor outcomes related to physical health and mental wellness. Being a member of this committee, I would be able to devote the time and care necessary to participating in the community development block grant process for the city of Santa Barbara for housing, public human services, capital projects, and other eligible activities. I understand the schedule of time this takes early in the calendar year and have also a work-from-home flexible job that would allow for site visits in the fall. I have an understanding of social determinants of health, connections to local organizations, an eye for detail, the mind for crunching numbers and investigating data, and a passion for civic involvement and serving the public. I thank the City Council and Mayor for taking their time to review my application, and I do hope to be appointed to the committee.
Thank you. Anyone else for the Community Development and Human Services Committee? Oh, Ms. Gutierrez, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. Serving on this advisory group, you're going to be overlooking a couple applications from nonprofits for the state grant that we get. You mentioned that you have an eye for numbers. What is your process in looking through these applicants? How do you determine if an applicant is going to be giving the majority of that grant back to the community?
I think there are a lot of different ways. I think some of it is just an understanding of the community and the organization. There are orgs that have grant writers and there are orgs that don't. And so the quality of a grant application can be dependent on a number of things. So I think the understanding of the orgs and what they're doing in the community is an important part of that at the beginning, and not just necessarily what might be in front of you on paper. And so I think past performance is one thing, and what they're doing in the community and what members and residents of the community have their feelings and their participation with that org. And then there are things of just financial stewardship, like I said, the projects in the past, if they, have the ability to do sort of outcome applications and what those look like instead of outputs, and, that sort of understanding of their impact in their community. So it's not just a single thing, and I think there needs to be a broad view of what a community org means to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Anybody else for the Community Development and Human Services Committee? Very good. Fire and Police Commission. Mr. Tyne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is John Tyne. I've applied to be on the Fire and Police Commission. I'm a local attorney, real estate broker, and a professor of law. I know that along with our applications, we submitted our resumes, and so hopefully you've seen that, but I'd like to just point out a few things on the resume. As CEO of Goodwin & Tyne Properties, I'm responsible for budgeting, personnel decisions, running board meetings, and overseeing the company's operations. Our company has represented thousands of local residents, including having represented the city of Santa Barbara in surplus real estate sales. My role as senior partner of Tyne, Taylor, Fox, and Howard is similar. As an attorney with over 25 years' experience, I've represented a myriad of clients, ranging from workers' compensation applicants, which included a lot of police and fire personnel, but also landlords, tenants, local business owners, actors, directors, studios, developers, neighbors, and I've provided expert witness testimony in many cases. As trustee for the Santa Barbara and Ventura Colleges of Law, I often met with my other trustees to oversee a significant budget and to coordinate the merger of our school with the Chicago system. That included transferring our real property in Ventura and our lease in Santa Barbara. As president of the University Club, I oversaw all board of directors' actions and meetings, including supervision of our manager and our personnel. As president of Leadership Santa Barbara County, I oversaw a countywide program that is aimed at training future leaders in our community. And I've held a number of other board positions, president of several organizations, including a founding member of 1805, which is a local nonprofit supporting our first responders. So I feel I have the right experience, the right temperament, and knowledge to be a productive member of this community, and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon has a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, not for Mr., well, maybe for Mr. Tyne. First, from our actions yesterday, did we decide that the Fire and Police Commission, was that final
Ms.
motion that we
Bjorkman.
were going to hold that
Thank you,
off,
Mr.
or-
Tyne. I think we,
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, my recollection is you directed that we would reconstitute the entire Fire and Police Commission in the December appointments. I don't recall any, I know there was conversations about whether to make appointments at this point in time, but certainly I don't recall a specific action to that effect yesterday.
It will affect what questions I ask the applicants.
okay. Well, I think Ms. Bjork's right, and I think we have a recruitment period between now and then too. And we have to have an understanding with the current members that are there. So if you'd like to go ahead and ask your question, if that,
Well, I suppose your views on police oversight and the role of the Fire and Police Commission. Open-ended question, whatever you'd like to add.
I think that the Fire and Police Commission represent a significant amount of the city's budget, and that the community should have oversight of those committees. I feel that the Fire and Police Commission is a very important way in which the members of our community can ensure that those services, those agencies are delivering what this community needs.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
all right, thank you very much. Anyone else with Fire and Police Commission? Mr. Renaud.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Louis Renaud, and I am a current resident of Santa Barbara. I came here in 2017 from Houston, Texas, where I spent 9 years there as a college basketball coach at the University of Houston and Rice University. And prior to that, I worked at the University of California, Berkeley, as a basketball coach. And before that, I was a peace officer in Oakland, California for 6 years. Since I've been here in Santa Barbara, I've gone to the Citizens Police Academy put on by the police officers from the university where I work now and the Sheriff's Department. And I've also interviewed the sheriffs, for sergeants here in this department in the city. I've met with former Chief Laurie, and I've worked with Chief Malekian on the CFC, which I understand you guys met with last night, had a spirited discussion. I think my work as a former police officer, I've been a first respondent, I've worked with firemen, and paramedics and police officers. I worked in a city that had almost 3,000 calls per day. I understand the law, the penal code, the vehicle code, the business profession code, the city municipal codes, and any other kind of law. I'm pretty expert in that. I served on the CFC for the past year, 13, 14 months with that group. Our charge was to come up with a hybrid model for police oversight, which you all heard about, I believe, yesterday. My view is, to answer your question, is that I think this would be a great group to have the oversight in. I know it's going back and forth with that, but I thought that was it. I think with my experience, I have an understanding of working on the front lines. I understand internal affairs, or what you all know as, well, I understand internal affairs and understand all about police and fire and first responders and that. So thank you for hearing me
Thank you
out.
very much. Anyone else for Fire and Police Commission? Historic Landmarks Commission? So Historic Landmarks?
Fire and Police
Fire and
Commission.
Police, sorry, Miss, okay, your name, please.
Hi, I'm Matthew Rutherford. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I would like to be on the Fire and Police Commission because, as you've seen on Sunday with the bridge fire, we have an absolutely amazing fire department. I've lived here since 2017, moved from Seattle. I'm a technical service engineering manager at a local company that manufactures water membranes, reverse osmosis membranes and of the sort. And since moving here from Seattle, I've seen such an amazing and wonderful police and fire force here in Santa Barbara, and I just want to help out. My parents live here, and I have 2 young daughters that live here as well. So I want to show support as a citizen of Santa Barbara as best I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other applicants for Fire and Police Commission? All right. Historic Landmarks Commission? I see one out there. That would be Ms. Ensberg.
Hi, greetings, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and City Council members, and staff, and community. I want to express my appreciation to each and every one of you for all the work that we need to do as a community together. My name is Cassandra Ensberg. I'm also known as Cass. This paradise, Santa Barbara, has been my home for 34 years. I'm in love with our city, and so appreciate the beautiful built environment, the natural world that we live in, and the architecture, the gardens, the arts, and the festivals that rival any city much larger than ours. We are very fortunate to have our historic structures in our downtown. The El Pueblo Viejo is our downtown, and many of these structures are actually working buildings, and we're so lucky to be able to not only see them on a daily basis, but actually to be in them, this space. I can remember drawing these rafters, just so beautiful. We have to be vigilant in the protection of these resources and these treasures, and it's our responsibility, and it's also good for business. I am an architect and an artist, and I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. I was elevated to fellow for my work in promoting the art of architecture. As far as HLC, we have this problem of how do we stay the same, but how do we change? How do we do that? How do we protect this essence of Santa Barbara, but also, as we were speaking earlier today, how do we insert housing into it and still not lose that essence of who we are? This is our challenge, and I think that this is why I would like to be on HLC, to help with that discussion. How do we move forward with that?
We'll need you to wrap up,
I
please.
think, okay, I think we need an adaptive reuse ordinance. And I just will mention a couple things that I have done as far as the answers to the 3 specific questions that I.
Very briefly, please.
Okay. Well, I'll just say that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mary Fenger, and I've lived in Santa Barbara since 1973. And I've seen a lot of changes here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you go ahead and,
Okay,
yeah, even better. Thank you.
sure. I'm not used to public speaking, so I'm a little nervous, so pardon me, please. Hopefully my knees won't knock. Anyway. I live in senior housing. I'm over at Villa Santa Fe, and I've been there about 15 years, I think. Anyway, I love it there, and I do as much as I can with the people that live there, with our residents. And 3 years ago, I think it was, I applied for senior commissioner for the Housing Authority and received that position. And it's time to renew my application, so that's why I'm here today. And I love what we do, and I'm really very proud to be a part of that organization. It is wonderful. And for, right after I became a commissioner, I did one meeting, and COVID hit. And so I had not done another meeting until a month before last. Everything was done by Zoom, so it feels really good to be back with the group again. Anyway, that wraps it up. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, and I agree with you. It's a wonderful organization. Anyone else for Housing Authority Commission?
Mayor House, council members, my name is Winfield Shirus. I've lived in Santa Barbara since 1969, and I would like to get involved in the Housing Commission. And I thought it was wonderful to hear that affordable housing should be your top priority. And I'm concerned because I have two daughters who have both moved out of town. And I have no experience in housing at all. But I have been in the real estate business, commercial real estate, for 35 years locally. So if there's anything I could do to help the plight of affordable housing, I would like to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for the Housing Authority Commission? All right, Living Ways Advisory Committee.
Mayor, City Council, Alan Williams, owner of Big Green Cleaning Company. Proud to have been your janitor for about a little over 42 years. Cleaning service for you. And since everybody's talking about history, kind of proud. My grandfather on one side was custodian at Santa Barbara High School. My dad used to help him mop floors. My son is one of our division managers, and today my grandson completed his second day of work. He's a high school student, but he's working out at San Marcos High School for the last 2 days, scrubbing desks and floors. So that's 5 generations. So we just can't get that mop out of our hands. Anyways, I was on the Living Wage Committee when it originated. I dropped off for a few years, and it's time to come back. It's nothing I really want to do, but I think I kind of need to be there.
Thank you. As a former janitor at UCSB, I feel your legacy. Measure P Committee. Okay. Moving on to the Neighborhood Advisory Council. Going for that. All righty. The Rental Housing Mediation Board.
Good evening, Major Rose and City Council members. I am Teresa Patino, and I would like to apply for the Rental Housing Mediation Board position. I want you to know that I'm willing and able to devote the time necessary to serve as a Rental Housing Mediation Board member if appointed to it. I believe in mediation to help resolve rental housing disputes by offering mediation services and by providing information on residential landlord-tenants' rights and responsibilities. I am in the residential rental business. I own a few rental units in the city of Santa Barbara, and I know fair housing laws as I get certified every year. And I believe I know how to maintain a fair tenant-landlord relationship. I've been in the business for the past 13 years, and as far as I know, I've had a very nice relationship with most of my tenants. I am not sure at this time if there are certain interests or issues that I might desire to change or to promote, but if I pointed to this group, I am sure that I will find that I have strong opinions, and I will be very happy to bring them up. I was once part of a mediation process where my husband and I were purchasing a home. We rejected the inspection because the house had an undisclosed, not permitted, very large balcony. The seller took us to mediation, and I learned how the process worked there. I would like all of you to know that I can be available once a month for a 3-hour period to participate in a mediation, and I would be available at times on short notices as well. I also like you to know that I do not possess any formal training on the matter. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for the Rental Housing Mediation Board? All righty, moving on to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. Please come up.
Good afternoon, Santa Barbara City Council. My name is Clara Stump, and I'm a 15-year-old incoming sophomore. I'm very interested in applying for this position due to the fact that I love working with other people to make a positive change. Earlier this year, I was able to work with fellow students and the Santa Barbara Unified School Board members to adapt the dress code. I did this to make students feel more comfortable when expressing themselves through clothing. This has given me some experience to work with others to make a positive change. I have also had previous experience with volunteering when I worked with local corporations such as Peak 2 Pacific, the Gwendolyn Strong Foundation, and the Santa Barbara Support Network. I'm also one of the team captains of the San Marcos Girls Lacrosse program. This has taught me how to manage my time wisely with the schoolwork, school sport, and advocating for my teammates' needs. Throughout all these experiences, I have learned that I'm very passionate about helping others advocate for what they need to make a positive change. Furthermore, if I was appointed this position, I would work with the community to educate them on what this group is and how this group can help them with many of their needs. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't see any questions up here. Anyone else for Santa Barbara Youth Council? Please come forward.
Hello, City Council. My name is Rio Val. I'm a 15-year-old student at Laguna Blanca. I think that I would be very good on the student youth council because I'm a very hardworking person and persevere a lot. I'm very good at math, which might not seem very good in this context, but math has taught me how to become a very flexible person and has allowed me to find different ways to solve problems which may not be obvious at first. A problem I've noticed in our community, especially among teenagers, is racism and sexism. I found that different people of different races and sex are treated differently, even though people may not know them. Something I've noticed is that even though men and women get treated the same if they do something correct, I've noticed that women will get a lot more hatred from certain people if they do something wrong. This is something I'd like to fix because I find it a very big problem today, and it should be fixed before it can get bigger, become a bigger problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Santa Barbara Youth Council, please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm an 8th grader. My name is Emmy Val, and I'm an 8th grader at Laguna Blanca School. I believe that getting teenagers to join together to talk about the issues that we're all dealing with is because we're all on the same stage, and I believe that we should come together, talk about our issues, and maybe help each other to solve them. I believe that teenagers are feeling isolating these days, and they're always at home, so I believe that we should come together, talk about how we can find a solution to bring each other out and draw each other out so that we have a purpose to do something together. The Youth Council is to serve the community, to help each other, and to find solutions to help serve the community. And sorry, I'm really nervous. I just believe that the Youth Council is a great suit for me because I have a really good imagination. I am good with creativity. I have art skills, and I've been doing sports all of my life, and I'm really good with leadership. I work well with people, and I've always been around people helping each other.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions up here, so thank you.
Thank you.
Santa Barbara Youth Council, anyone else here for that? All righty, we're going to move on to Single Family Design Board. Okay, moving on to Transportation and Circulation Committee. Please come on.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Seachlog, and I am a resident of the City of Santa Barbara and applying to be a member of the Transportation and Circulation Committee. I work at UC Santa Barbara, and a significant portion of my job duties involve advising the Student Bike Committee, which oversees the UCSB bicycle infrastructure. As you may be aware, bicycles are the most common method of transportation for UCSB students, and the campus includes several miles of dedicated quality bike paths, tens of thousands of bike racks, and so in advising the committee, I've learned about and advocated for strategies that not only improve the cycling commute, but also minimize conflicts between bikes and pedestrians and between bikes and cars on a campus of more than 25,000 people. I also think it's important to point out that at UCSB, most of the students are very inexperienced cyclists. They're not these like commuters on these like $3,000 bikes. They're $50 bikes that, and a lot of them have not ridden a bike since they were children, or they learn how to ride on campus. And I also think that, let's see, sorry. And that the UCSB system is able to accommodate and absorb a mix of inexperienced and then older students that have been doing this for a few years. So because of my role in cycling planning at UCSB and my experience with UCSB's own attempt at a bike share program, in 2019, I was invited to participate in the committee to review and select proposals for the bike share for the city of Santa Barbara. And so I worked with some of your staff and other local officials and individuals to clarify priorities, review plans, and then question the vendors. And so through this process, we were able to start shaping the bike share program that we have today. I thought that experience was really rewarding, and that I would like to continue to be part of projects like that going forward, and that's a major reason why I'd like to join this group. So while
You need to wrap up, please.
yeah, sorry. Most of my professional experience has been with bikes, but I personally use the MTD bus system to get to and from work and around campus. My husband and I are renters, and we are a single-car family between the two of us, and so I think I have the knowledge and experience, but also know where the weaknesses in our transportation system are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for the Transportation Circulation Committee? All right, we're going to wrap that item up, and we have our next item. Fred?
Can I just ask a question, of the clerk? So I just want to make sure I'm struggling with the notes I had on the first issue, and then I've gotten this put on my desk, which is the second issue, and on some of my pages, people's names have disappeared, even one that interviewed. On other pages, like, more people are on the list than were on the list 2 weeks ago. So I just want to make sure this is really the one I should be using and making my notes on.
I can clarify that, Councilmember Jordan. So updated names, there are new names from applicants whose applications were valid from last fall. So their applications are valid, and they're valid for this cycle. So that's why those were added to the list, so those are valid. And the names that were removed were requested by the applicant to be removed from consideration for this cycle. So any names that are gone, requested to be taken out of
And then
consideration.
there's even one category, HLC had both licensed architect and community at large. All the community at large people just went away. We didn't really have a billet for community at large.
No, so there was only one vacancy for a licensed architect, and that was
All
what
right.
was determined.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, very good. Now for the main event. Madam Clerk, would you read the item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is item 21, a subject continued public hearing to consider declaration of a public nuisance resulting from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street. Recommendation of the council, A, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a traffic circulation agreement to remedy nuisance-related issues arising from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street. B, rescind direction to the city attorney to prepare an ordinance declaring the existence and ordering the abatement of a public nuisance resulting from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street. Alternative action, the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring the existence and ordering the abatement of a public nuisance resulting from the manner of operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street, as attached to the council agenda report submitted by the city attorney, and that council, A, receive a staff report on the status of negotiated remedial recommendations and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a traffic circulation agreement to remedy nuisance-related issues arising from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street, or in the alternative, B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring the existence and ordering the abatement of a public nuisance resulting from the manner or operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street.
All right, thank you, and thank everyone for their patience and waiting around. For those of you online that are listening and wish to speak, you may put your hand up until 20 minutes of the hour, all right? So I have a little something to read before we get going here. This is a continued public hearing to consider whether to declare a public nuisance resulting from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street. On March 1st, we continued this hearing and directed staff to pursue two alternative approaches. First, the city attorney was to directed to draft an ordinance declaring a public nuisance for council to consider if needed. Second, a staff team and prosecution arm of the city attorney's office were directed to work with Chick-fil-A on practical solutions to the traffic congestion. Today, I understand staff and Chick-fil-A have reached a proposed practical traffic solution that should make consideration of the ordinance unnecessary. We need to begin by conducting and concluding the continued public hearing. The order of the hearing will be as follows. First, there will be a presentation from staff and any additional comments from the city attorney. After the staff presentations, Chick-fil-A and the property owners will be allowed 5 minutes to make a presentation. After the owner's presentation, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak. Public speakers will be allowed 2 minutes each. Following the speakers, council will consider the recommendation to approve the traffic circulation agreement and to rescind the direction to prepare an ordinance. If that matter passes, that will be the final council action that will not be necessary to consider the ordinance. So, with that, let's start out with staff. If you would, please, Mr. Hensky.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll be making the staff presentation today. I'm accompanied by Derek Bailey, our city traffic engineer, and Renee Book, our city planner. Just a summary of the March 1st council action, which was the public hearing. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the council directed 4 specific actions. First, it continued the public hearing to today, and that's why we're here. It directed the city attorney to prepare a draft ordinance. That box has also been checked. It directed the staff to work with Chick-fil-A and the property owners. Check, we've done that. And it directed Chick-fil-A to submit an interim traffic control actions and monthly traffic monitoring reports. Check, those have been done, and council has received all of those monthly reports, I believe, and the most recent one was in your reading packet for today's meeting. So, most important thing, the interim measures appear to be working. The traffic monitoring since March 1st show, first, that in March, the amount of queuing was significantly lower than city staff observed in 2021. In 2021, as we reported at our last meeting, the average of about 70 minutes queuing per weekday and an average of 91 minutes on Saturdays. In March, there were several minutes of queuing on various different days. That's what the traffic report showed. In April, the report showed that there was more queuing than in March, with an average, a daily average of 24 minutes and ranging from about 3 minutes to 72 minutes. Chick-fil-A admitted to us, to staff, that it had staffing challenges during some of the days in April that contributed to the higher queuing incidents, but the queuing was still significantly less than observed in 2021. For May, the daily average ranged from 30 minutes down to about 18 minutes, with the average duration of a queue was about 30 to 40 seconds. And one thing I want to make clear is that the queue was not only was counted if it blocked the sidewalk or if it backed up into State Street. So some of the queues would go into the street, some of the queues would go over the sidewalk, but they were not all into the street. But the condition that was observed is within the range that is expected for business traffic around town. So the measures appear to be working. With regard to the site plan processing, staff has been working with community development Chick-fil-A has been working with community development to process a site plan that would include improvements that they believe will significantly enhance traffic circulation on the property. In May, On May 2nd, ABR reviewed the proposed site plan, found significant landscaping deficiencies, and expressed concern about the size, material, and color of a proposed overhead canopy and menu boards. Chick-fil-A went back to the drawing board a little bit, and on May 31st, received unanimous approval by the ABR, indicating that the site plan was ready to go for final design at the next hearing. Some additional landscaping was added, and the overhead canopy was actually completely removed, and the menu boards were changed in color to meet the existing building. This is just a picture of the site plan that is under consideration. It does not show the location of all the landscaping and the trees, but as you can see, there are new travel lanes for the drive-through facility, a through lane, and other improvements to the facility to make the site work. So what did we do during the time that we were processing this? Well, Chick-fil-A and your project team, which was me, Mr. Bailey, and Ms. Brooke, worked out a traffic circulation agreement. And that traffic circulation agreement is included in the agenda packet and has been available for public review. We believe that this implements the council's objectives and direction of March 1st to work with Chick-fil-A to come up with an equitable solution that is the least impactful way of abating what we thought was a public nuisance back at the initial public hearing. It facilitates the implementation of the site improvement plan to improve the traffic circulation on State Street. It provides enforceable traffic control measures. The measures in the agreement are contractually enforceable, and which is important in order to achieve an effective solution. It establishes those both on an interim and a permanent basis. It abates any alleged traffic nuisance arising from the operation of the drive-through facility at the 3707 State Street through what we believe is the least burdensome mean, and that's an important legal test when you're dealing with a public nuisance. And it avoids the time, expense, and uncertainty of ongoing nuisance abatement proceedings. The traffic circulation agreement has three basic purposes. First, it stops the nuisance proceedings. It removes this from the council decision-making process and effectively stays the proceedings. Does it take it away from you forever? No. If the agreement is not implemented, it can come back to council for further proceedings as necessary. It establishes enforceable operational requirements, which I've already talked to you about. It terminates the nuisance proceedings upon successful implementation of the site plan. It does commit both sides to work in good faith to achieve the approval and implementation of the site plan, including construction of the site improvements. Importantly, Chick-fil-A and all of the property owners have already signed the agreement, subject to this council's approval of the agreement. And as I mentioned previously, the city retains full enforcement authority if a nuisance continues to exist despite the site modifications and the operational requirements that are contained in the agreement. So the recommended action from the city staff is to approve by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving the traffic circulation agreement, and B, to rescind the direction of the city attorney to prepare an ordinance declaring the existence of a nuisance. That concludes the staff presentation. We're open for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have questions for staff? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you. Yes, just one. So if the interim measures are working, why do we need to have the 3 lanes of ingress and have what appears to be a real change in the traffic pattern within the property itself?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, although the interim measures are greatly improved over 2021, I think what has been demonstrated how staff intensive they are in order to make the improvements or the operations effective. The site improvements will provide a good buffer and a factor of safety, so to speak, so that to prevent queuing from further happening.
Thank you. I mean, I guess I'm not sure how to articulate it, but if the applicant had come first and said, we want to put in 3 lanes and 2 lanes and widen this and open this, my sense is we might have said no. And then it's gone through this nuisance process, and now that's an abatement for something that, I don't know, I'm having a hard time with that being the recommended fix when, even though it's staff intensive, it's being taken care of.
Mr. Colon, do you have a comment? Okay, thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Hensky, I just want to be clear where we go with this recommendation, where it says that the nuisance abatement proceedings, blah, 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 are stayed indefinitely and deemed terminated as provided in the traffic circulation agreement. Does that language mean that if the traffic circulation agreement is violated, we can immediately come back to where we are today? It won't take us a year, 2 years, whatever, to build a case again and start this whole process over?
No, I turned my mic on. My God, thanks. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, what it means is yes, sort of. We will be able to come back immediately. However, if we determine that the improvements are not working, we would give Chick-fil-A a 30-day opportunity to fix the problem before we came back to the city council.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
it's not immediate, but there is a 30-day cure period that's in the agreement specifically.
Okay, so 30 days, not longer. Maybe if they're making, you would have the discretion if they were making significant progress at day 28 to give them another 10 days, that kind of thing. But we literally wouldn't be hearing from people for a year before being prodded into action again. This gives us the flexibility to come right back and start over if, for some unknown reason, they just don't do what they said they were going to do.
What the agreement does, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, is establish clearly written criteria that are enforceable, that establish the measurements by which they're required to perform. So because we have it in writing what they're going to do and what the penalties are, for example, if they don't, we can then come right back and enforce the agreement by coming back to the council.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions were answered. I just have a couple just to follow up on the circulation plan, Mr. Bailey. So why not, or would it help address the issue if, because there's two ends, there's the entrance and then there's the exit, and the exit has been part of the problem, as I understand it. Cars going left or queuing it up. Was there any discussion about keeping the lanes the same and then but fixing the exit only, and would that achieve the safety measures that we would like to see?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, no, that wasn't specifically discussed, but in my opinion, that is infrequently the bottleneck on site.
Okay. And then this is for probably Mr. Colon. This is a question I've been getting a lot from the public, and it goes back to the banning of drive-thrus in 1979. And this issue is, how is the expansion issue? How is this not an expansion is the easiest way to put it.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. The community development staff were very interested in that question a couple of years ago when we started in on this process with Chick-fil-A. In short, the non-conforming status applies and restricts expansion of a structure, and the ordinance that was enacted in 1979 and then amended in 1993 makes clear the difference between adding lanes and adding to a structure, because the second sentence of that ordinance explicitly forbids adding lanes to a bank ATM drive-through. So by stating that you cannot add lanes for a bank, you are, by legal maxim, stating that you can add lanes to another kind of drive-through, so long as you're not expanding the structure. And that's how we came to our conclusion.
And that was the 1993 language about the banks?
That's correct.
And at that time in 1993, if they had added two fast food drive-throughs, that would be a different story, but they specifically didn't.
That's correct. The lane restriction applies only to financial institutions, not to other types of drive-throughs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, I'll invite the applicant forward to make their presentation. And get your timer on there, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Rouse, council members, Beth Collins from Brownstein. I'm a land use attorney, as you know, for Chick-fil-A. First, thank you. Thank you to this council, thank you to staff for this entire process.
I've paused your
Can
timer.
you pause it? This is not the right version of the PowerPoint.
That's, okay. Why was
Okay, well, we're gonna have to go. Yeah, it's not the right version. Okay. That's fine. Just, we're gonna go with it. Can you play it? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Mayor, council members, thank you. Big thank you. That's where I was. Thank you to this council. Thank you to staff. And thank you to the customers and the community for your support during this process. So I'm here with our team. We have Jennifer Daw from Chick-fil-A, me, Travis Collins, our operator. We also have here Joe Billings from Allen and Kimball. We're here today if you have any questions. In short, we ask for you, like staff, we ask you to support option A. We've collaborated per your direction. We've provided traffic data that demonstrate the effectiveness of our operational measures. And just to your question, Councilmember Sneddon, these permanent site improvements, the application's been pending with the city for about 2.5 years. So that's a long time ago we came to the city with these permanent site improvements. We do believe they will build in the cushion that the site really needs and would benefit from, and that the community would benefit from. And the staff has reviewed it. ABR also just last week unanimously supported the approval of the site plan next time it comes back, and they are planning to give it project design approval. And so the combination between the traffic circulation agreement and the permanent site improvements will maintain effective and excellent circulation at this site. So that's why we ask you to follow the recommendation of your staff, your assistant city attorney, your city attorney, for the adoption of option A. I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal or, thank you.
Well, that was quick. Are there questions for the applicant? All right, very good. We'll go to public comment then. I have a couple of speakers lips here and some online as well. Aaron Cronin. And you have 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, sorry, 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members, for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for your service to this community. My name is Aaron Cronin. My family has the privilege of calling this beautiful city home. I drive by Chick-fil-A multiple times a day, and so I consider myself a qualified observer. I also frequent many of the local businesses surrounding the Chick-fil-A. My 3 children go to Santa Barbara Children's Dentistry, One of my children goes to Ferris Orthodontics. We buy groceries at Whole Foods. We have our cars washed and detailed at Educated Car Wash. Buy the occasional pizza from Rusty's. Grab sandwiches from South Coast Deli before picnicking at the Mission. I even get my auto, home, and insurance from the AAA across the street. We also visit the Chick-fil-A. My daughter, who is diagnosed with celiac disease, can eat her favorite meal of grilled nuggets, fruit cup, and an apple juice without any worries. So, as I've observed Chick-fil-A, what I have seen over the past months is a significant improvement in traffic flow and customers being able to get in and out of the parking lot. I happened to visit on one of these busy occasions, and one of the new traffic controllers at the front kindly waved me on, and I drove by. I've noticed multiple of those traffic control people at the entrance and the exit directing customers to only turn right and not to turn left. Whatever Chick-fil-A has been doing in that neighborhood and community I love is working. And so I urge the council to allow Chick-fil-A to continue to operate as is. And this will give them the time for their proposed improvements and the restaurant to solve this problem once and for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roy Melender.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Roy Millender. My wife and I have lived in Santa Barbara for over 55 years. We raised our sons here. And when Chick-fil-A first came in, I was one of those people that didn't have any idea who Chick-fil-A was and what they did. And we tried the food. It was good. And it's only gotten better since Mr. Collins has taken over the operation here in Santa Barbara. And it's an interesting problem for the city that's trying to get more business in the city to have an operation that's too successful for the street. And so I think what you have is a situation where your staff and Mr. Collins and his team have joined together to solve the problem. And having, my wife and I, we live within a mile of the place, and we probably go by it anywhere from 2 to a half dozen times a day. And we've seen the improvement by what they've done. And with having people out there at the right time to direct traffic, the problem has basically gone away. And so I would certainly urge you all to approve of what your staff and Mr. Collins have worked out. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless you in working with this city. I know it's not an easy job, and you all do a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melender. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers. We have Anna Marie Gott and then James Kahan.
Okay, 2 minutes, please. Go right ahead.
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
City Council, I would like you to declare that excuse me, let me restart. I would like you to declare that Chick-fil-A is operating a public nuisance. This agreement will place the city in cycles of abatement.
Ms. Scott, you're no longer audible.
To point out that the city did not have the data from Chick-fil-A, who says they're doing great. This plan is not working, as I have previously stated in an email to you. I want to remind you that there hasn't been an environmental impact report either noticed or completed. This requires an EIR. The EIR for Burger King was for 5 lanes, one lane, 5 cars with an estimated 325 drive-through customers a day. Now have a proposal to 22 cars, and probably I also want to point out that there is no loading zone on the property. Can anyone tell me how they are going to receive deliveries with 3 lanes and only 1 lane to go around the building, up an entire length of parking? So I don't know what they're actually going to do here to receive deliveries. We also have public safety issues. When people park in the parking lot and try to get into the door,
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
and you try to go through
Ms. Scott, we need to
3
wrap up.
lanes, city, there will be pedestrian issues. You also have a commitment to climate change, which I believe that you will be abdicating if you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I have the next speaker, please?
Our last speaker is James Kahan. James Kahan, please go ahead if you still wish to speak.
Yes. I hope I am coming clearly. I've never done this before. My name is James Kahan. I'm a retired attorney. I formerly worked in the city attorney's office when most of the events happened with the approval of the Burger King and the adoption of the prohibition. Now is not the time to give special treatment to an exemption to one business from compliance with Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 30.185.160, which prohibits the intensification of use of existing drive-through facilities. When every other business in the city has complied with that prohibition for 43 years, the city council is granting a special permission to one business that no other business has in the city. We moved to Santa Barbara more than 40 years ago because of its very special qualities. I've seen great progress made by Santa Barbara in the elimination of blight and such examples as pole signs, something most of you in the council have not seen. It took years to eliminate that blight because the city council gave its owners many years to eliminate that sign blight and amortize their investment. In January 1979, the city council adopted a law that prohibited drive-through facilities and the expansion of existing drive-through facilities. The 1993 amendment only authorized banks to do something. There was not a negative pregnant in there that authorized it. It said other people could do it. It was very limited. The city gave grandfather protection to existing drive-throughs, but required there be no expansion of drive-throughs. Progress has been slow to eliminate drive-throughs, but there has been a significant reduction of those drive-throughs in the last 43 years. The proposal by the Chick-fil-A is clearly an expansion of a legal non-conforming use. The most obvious is the addition of a second lane. Some of my other reasons that I've expressed and the communication that I said to the council, I stress, this is giving special treatment to one business.
You'll need to wrap up, please.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Okay, very good. It's back to council for deliberation, and I'll start out with Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have follow-up questions on if maybe city attorney could comment on the need for an EIR. And then I have a question for the applicant about where the staff parking is planned.
I would direct the EIR question to Ms. Brook. I suspect the project is not meeting the significance threshold that would require that kind of analysis.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I can answer that question. The site applications are actually improvements are actually categorically exempt. The agreement specifically references that a final determination of the categorical exemption has not been made. SEQA compliance is required for the site plan as part of the approval of the site plan as it goes through the process. We have a process for that. It is not before the council today. However, we have made a preliminary determination at the staff level, and the application is categorically exempt pursuant to SEQA guideline 15301, which is existing facilities, minor addition to existing facilities, and 15303, construction, installation, or conversion of small structures, equipment, or facilities. So we have addressed the SEQA issue.
Thank you. And
Ms. Collins, you, or
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Daw, and I am the West Region Senior Real Estate Representative for Chick-fil-A. First of all, I do want to take time and thank staff and for their continuous partnership for working with us over the past couple of weeks, finding solutions for both parties. On behalf of Chick-fil-A Corporation, we really do care about the community, and we are really excited and glad to know that we have a solid foundation for both the city and for the restaurant. Regarding your question, Councilmember Snowden, about off-site parking for team members, we are actively seeking off-site employee parking. I do want to point out, though, that the site currently, although it has 45 parking spaces, it will go down to about 29, but we still meet parking code. So just kind of want to point that out once we lose those parking spaces. But we are still actively searching and seeking to enter into parking agreements with various owners in the area.
thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to have a follow-up question then.
Sure.
So currently there is more parking there, and with this implemented plan, there will be less parking than there is currently?
Yes, I can. Oh, it's up. So with this proposed modification, currently there are 45 parking spaces on the site right now for the existing. And with these changes, by widening the entrance, adding the dual drive-through lanes, kind of reconfiguring the exit, as well as adding those handicap stalls over there, we are going down to about 30 parking spaces. However, that still meets your parking code for today.
Thank you. So the rest of those cars will be idling instead of parking? Actually, this is
cars?
quite a development for me, losing the 15 parking spaces, because the staff parking was an issue. And
Right.
impacts, and then the cars idling, so now it'll be 3 lanes of cars idling. I don't like this plan. I'm just gonna say, and I'm not sure how to reconcile it. Like, can you explain to me, like, the outside lane, the pass-through lane?
Yeah.
It comes through and then it merges in with a lane
Do we
that's
have you guys don't have a pointer, do you?
ordering.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll start at the entrance of the drive-through. So currently, our plan is to widen that driveway entrance to about 40 feet. And then at the same time, currently, so where cars 13, 14, and 16, I believe, that's where the current ADA parking stalls are. And so we are relocating those ADA stalls in that area over to the east side. Okay, and then by doing that, we are pushing the dual drive-through lanes close to the building to add the 2 lanes completely. And then based on traffic observation, it has been seen that, at times, there were about 3 or 4, 5 cars that would still stack out onto State Street. And so what we decided to do during peak hours, we would add those magnetic bollards, those black dots right there, and create another drive-through lane that would then merge to the 2. And then at the same time, customers could still come into the site and park.
And is that merging, are those customers in the second lane or that middle lane, they're waiting to order, or they're waiting to pick up their order, or what are they doing while they're merging
So
there?
cars 18, 19, 20, 21?
Cars 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8,
So
9.
they have already ordered, and they have moved up, and they're waiting for their orders to be delivered to them. And then they would exit out onto State Street with the right turn only.
Okay, thank you. I'll make my deliberation comments, just that I'm so pleased that you immediately started addressing the issue. You clearly had a lot of support. Community wants you here, and you do good business. I'm really encouraged that the interim measures that you have in place are already working, and this looks to me like a drastic intensification of use to have 3 lanes of cars idling along a creek and losing the 15 spaces of parking. To me, I'd rather people park and walk in than idle those extra 15 cars. And it's not resolved yet where the staff parks, and I think I understand it's on its way. So I don't want to declare you a public nuisance. I don't think you are a public nuisance. At this point, with the measures you've taken to address these needs, but I'm not prepared to approve this. So I'll leave that as my comments and leave that to my colleagues.
Perfect, thank you.
This is Beth Collins. I want to just point of clarification. Those 2 lanes are there now. Okay, so the 2 lanes that you see there now, that's what's happening on the site. And all we're doing is those cars there sometimes stack up on State Street. We're now putting them on the site instead of being on State Street. So it's not actually an increase of cars. And again, this is only during the most peak hours. When we have the addition of the forced right, it will get people through the site faster. So this is a rare occurrence, but we just want to be prepared and keep people on the site instead of having them on the sidewalk or on State Street. So hopefully that provides clarification. The other piece is we had to take out parking for landscaping so that we wouldn't get, right now there is not landscaping on the far right existing, okay? And we are adding a finger plant, we're adding landscaping there so that we don't have to get an exception for the landscaping at the site, because it was built a long time ago before the current requirements related to landscaping. So ABR was encouraging us to add landscaping to the site, so that did result in the loss of spaces. But just to be clear, the site is still overparked. It has more parking than is required by code. So just a few clarifications.
Except for staff.
No, the code requirements are for staff and visitors, our guests, and we are overparked even with the proposed plan.
So all staff park on site currently?
They do.
They all park on site.
They park on site right now. We have no off-site parking agreements in place right now.
And they would continue even with the loss of the 15 spaces, they would still be able to all park on site?
It's all parked to code. We are separately, just to provide buffer, pursuing off-site parking agreements as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, or if you come back, I'd just like to address the issue since it came up during public comment of deliveries, how those are addressed.
Yes, so currently our deliveries are actually done during off hours, so it's a key drop, so that would continue to remain the same.
Okay, so you don't have it during open hours? It's
No, and we have also worked with our delivery company that if they needed to come, it would be before peak hours, so like before 7 a.m.
Okay, thank you. No other questions. So comments? So I'll just begin by saying this is a public safety issue, and that's what we need to address. It's why it came to us. And there's a lot of different ways this could have gone, but what I see is we need to move forward in a direction that addresses the public safety issues that are on State Street. And whether or not what's being proposed by staff meets that objective for us. I will say that I am, the second night in a row, a little frustrated. Hope it's not tomorrow night with a budget, I won't be frustrated. But I'm a little frustrated because going back to January of 2020, when then Public Works Director Ms. Bjork sent a letter asking if you could just implement some of the traffic measures that you have now where you're waiving them on the traffic controls. Those weren't implemented and they seem to have been working. So I wish we could have gone back and implemented that then, but we didn't. But that's the past. But I will say that I do appreciate that Chick-fil-A and our staff have been working collaboratively, and that what our staff has said tonight, that the interim measures appear to be working, and the number of cars out on the street has been reduced. It was in the staff report as well. That moves us in the correct direction we need to go for the public safety issues. And then also that the ABR had concerns and those were addressed. I think that's a statement of the process that we're moving it forward. And then the CEQA issues were important as well. And from what I'm hearing from our city staff is that there is environmental review and that it's categorically exempt. And so in order for there to be a nuisance, we have to have certain findings that it's there, and we can't just make those up. And so with that being addressed through the measures now, but having this configuration, this new work, I like that it's making the right-hand turn out the exit, that it gets us in a better place overall. So I appreciate the collaboration we have and that we're getting to a better place to address the long-standing issues. And finally, that if they don't seem to work, we have the ability to come back, and we don't. I think Councilmember Jordan addressed one of my largest concerns was what happens if it continues like it previously did? Do we have to go through a whole nother year, 2-year process? And from what I heard tonight, we don't. And so that gives us the ability for enforcement should it continue to go. But I think we owe it to the public who are traveling State Street to see if this will work. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, I know that a lot of these problems started, well, didn't start, but were starting to be noticed during the whole COVID time when every facility became a drive-in facility, whether it was designed that way or not. And a lot of people still prefer to be in their cars and not get out of their cars and go inside of a building. So we still have that issue as well, even though Chick-fil-A is insanely popular and crazy. But I also think the alternative location that's being developed out in Goleta is going to help dilute that market somewhat. So I'm very optimistic. I appreciate the efforts going through. Very much appreciate the efforts of staff, especially Mr. Bailey, taking these different reports and observations and working with this applicant. I think that was exceptional work. So I'm pleased with the result, and I think I'm ready for somebody to make, there's Mr. Jordan's light. You want to comment or a motion or both?
I'll move staff recommendation A and B.
Yeah, there you go. And that's a move, and Ms. Gutierrez.
I'll second.
And it's moved and seconded. If there are no comments to the motion, we will go ahead. There's a comment to the motion. Ms. Sned.
A question, thank you. So that in its entirety, A is also approving the site plan with,
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, no, the action will approve the traffic circulation agreement. The site plan still needs to be processed through the normal process. That normally would not come back to council. It is a discretionary approval that is not at the council level.
what does it have left to go through?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Snedden, as Mr. Hinchke said, the site plan itself only requires Architectural Board of Review approval. At their last meeting on May 31st, they did give it very positive comments and said it was ready for project design approval, so I would anticipate it might receive project design approval at its next hearing. And the purview of the ABR is simply looking at the parking lot landscaping, the canopy, any of the exterior changes proposed. So the canopy's been removed, so it's really the changes and materials related to the menu board.
So they're not really looking at the number of lanes?
Absolutely not, no.
So-
The use on the site is not within the ABR's purview.
Whose purview is it in?
It's reflected in the description of the traffic agreement of how the site would operate.
So that's this, A. So I'm just trying, maybe you could guide me. If I want Chick-fil-A not to be a nuisance, declared a nuisance, and I want to approve the measures that they've made so far, but I don't want to approve the 3 lanes idling, would I vote no on A, but yes on B?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what you would do.
Thank you.
So do you need the motion amended because the motion includes both items, or? Was it A and B or just A?
Motion and a second was for A and B,
A
of
and
the
B.
staff recommendations.
Okay, would you like to vote on this, on it separately?
I would, thank you.
So
Okay.
I'll
Would you
amend that
amend the motion?
motion to A.
First and seconded by Jordan and Gutierrez. May we have a roll call vote? And this is to item A.
This is a motion for item 21 by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez for recommendation A, which I'm just going to read into the record to be clear. It's to adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a traffic circulation agreement to remedy nuisance-related issues arising from the operation of a drive-through facility at 3707 State Street. Okay. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye.
Then I'll move staff recommendation B.
Second.
First and seconded, Jordan and Gutierrez.
All right, this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez, again for item 21, and this is for only staff recommendation B, which is to rescind direction to the city attorney to prepare an ordinance declaring the existence and ordering the abatement of a public nuisance resulting from the operation of a drive-through facility located at 3707 State Street. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, so
Yes.
both items passed. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. And we'll go to council member committee assignment reports. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the Memorial Day, Rick Clayson's Memorial Day celebration at the cemetery. It was a particularly moving ceremony this year. It always is, but this one in particular. Attended the Southern California Edison Gap meeting, and they were giving updates on incentives for cities for electrification, so it was informative. Attended and gave a brief introduction at the community outreach meeting for broadband. We did have a De La Guerra Plaza meeting and formed an art subcommittee and determined that we were ready to submit for project review, which is a very big milestone for this project. And then also toured Path with our own Liz Stotts, and very informative. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any other reports? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I also attended the Memorial Day event, and I want to thank the Pierre Clayson's Veterans Foundation for putting that on every year, and in particular John Hazel Blankenship and all the volunteers and who put that on. Also attended the Environmental Defense Center Green and Blue Ball, and that was a great event. And in particular, I want to recognize Owen Bailey, who has been their executive director over the past 9 years and has recently stepped down due to health challenges, but his words were very compassionate and very moving, and just want to thank him for his years of service at the Environmental Defense Center. Also attended the Tri-County Labor Council's annual dinner honoring labor heroes throughout the Tri-Counties, and I think that is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And with no further reports, we stand adjourned. Thank you.